Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. You are now tuned in to the Bitter Medicine Shoot the Breeze episode 241. Yeah, 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 yeah. I am your host for this evening, Jacadero, filling in, and honored to do so for Brother Koku here today on May 16, 2026 without Pan-Africanism, huh? How about it? How about it? Man, we got a great show just for you guys today. Topics that we'll be covering. Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about, is Africa the future? Also, simping or female empowerment? Huh? Also, FAFO, mess around and find out. Huh? Maybe for some certain white guy. Huh? How about? Also, would you stay or would you go? The current socio-political climate in South Africa for other African immigrants. And then we ask also, did Nelson Mandela fail Black Americans? All this and more. Huh? Again, I am Jacadero proudly filling in for Brother Koku here on Shoot the Breeze episode 241, the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Well, before we get into the show, I need to have you guys understand who we are. Huh? The Bitter Medicine Podcast is part of a whole network. Huh? Let's have you guys get familiar with the other programs on this station. Let's go.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-Black perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-Black perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
We're here, huh? We are here. We're not going anywhere. Speaking of not going anywhere, let's go ahead and have you guys take a seat while everybody else gets settled in, huh? The first topic of the night, it's Shoot the Breeze topic number 1, and it deals with relationships. Yeah, we're going to be talking about relationships. Again, this is followed with a longer video, maybe 6 minutes-ish. Maybe we'll play the whole thing, but again, it's just to get everybody settled on in, huh? So maybe go ahead, make your pop, make whatever it is that you need to make, huh? Make that Caribbean or African food that you're used to, or maybe even that Black American food. Who knows? Who knows? We're not here to tell you what to do, but go ahead and get settled in. Make yourself a drink, make yourself something to eat, or if you smoke cigars, get yourself comfortable, huh? This is with a longer video prompt that we have. And so go ahead and get yourself settled in. Again, I'm Jacadero, filling in for Brother Koku. And again, we're running on all well-oiled cylinders today, huh? Nothing is stopping us. Nothing. And when I say nothing is stopping us. All right, let's go ahead and see about this video. Stand by.
Are you constantly being called the nice guy by women that you're attracted to? Like, they genuinely...
I'm Kim.
All right. Once again, welcome back. Welcome to Shoot the Breeze, episode 241. I'm only laughing because this video is crazy. I'm Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku here on the Better Medicine Podcast. Shoot the Breeze, episode 241. Once again, hit the like button. Have the algorithm show whatever it is that we're talking about. And on Shoot the Breeze, episode 241, topic number 1, is this an evolution in Black male-female relationships, Black-female empowerment? That came to us from our Discord. Yes, we have a Discord. It's the purple app. Go ahead and join us. Come and build with us with like-minded Pan-African nationalists. The Bitter Medicine Podcast. Come on. And let's go ahead and get into our panelists. And our first panelist's thoughts and perspectives. Again, on the video that you just seen, is this an evolution in Black female-male relationships or Black female empowerment? Buana, welcome to the show, and hope everything is well with you. What say you? Is this an evolution in relationships?
How are you, Jacadero? How are you doing this week?
I'm feeling good. That was too hilarious for me, man.
Yeah, Jacadero. We are. It seems like the nature of the Black female and male relationship, I don't know if it's devolving or devolving. Okay? Because no, hear me out with this. Because with the whole advent of same-sex relationships within our community, that seems that's growing. And there's a lot of polygamy that's being practiced within our community too. So I mean, for the millennials, I don't necessarily know, because if this is the direction for the millennials, or just high level simping. That's her brother wife.
Is crazy.
No, they call him a brother husband. You know, they have sister wives. They call him a brother husband.
Our first topic deals with, I think the word is polyandrous. Really, that way we don't. Let's leave it right there, huh? That's a good place to leave it, huh? And I don't think that that you know what, it might be just me, but I don't believe that homeboy in the blue blazer is totally straight. I don't know. Am I just in my imaginations, Bona?
No, here's what's happening. So when people get in relationships of a man and woman relationships, there are certain roles that carries over. So I think that what's happening is this woman, she is playing the dominant. She is taking on the male role, and these two gentlemen are taking on more female roles. They may not know it or they may not see it like that, but they are the female kind of situation going, because it's like I say, we living in a modern world, so a lot of roles getting switched up and down. Just, remember back in the day that the man used to go out and go to work all day, and the woman would stay home with the kids and stuff like that. Well, now the women are going to work, spending 12 and 13 hours to work, and the men staying home watching Sesame Street. So this is I don't know if these guys no, they ain't watching. They playing Super Nintendo. What's the game thing which y'all play? Jacadero, the game stuff. I forget what you call it. PS3.
PS5, Buana.
So
Stop it.
I stopped at Nintendo, brother. I stopped at Nintendo. So these guys are playing. They staying home playing Call of Duty while she's going to work every day. So I'm thinking that this may be the future of relationship dynamic between the black woman and black man. I don't know. You as a millennial, you would know better than I would.
I don't think he's straight. Especially just his mannerisms. Again, I'm on the outside looking on the inside of this, but I don't think so. Also, if you are just joining in, or if you were cut off because the YouTube police did silence this, go ahead and just refresh the YouTube page that you're watching on. I know that it possibly just stopped the background stream, which made it difficult for people to watch and also join in on the conversation. But yes, I am Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku here on Shoot the Breeze episode 241. This is the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Hit the like button. And also, if you want to become a panelist yourself, go ahead and click the StreamYard link pinned to the top of the chat. The first topic at hand was, or is this an evolution in black male-female relationships, black female empowerment? And the picture that you see, the still frame picture, is a wife. Again, yes, a current wife of these two current husbands, if you want to call them husbands. I know that in pop culture now, the word cuck is pretty popular. My question to you is that there has been stories back in the I'd say ancient Africa, especially with Ya Asantewa. I'm sure you're familiar with her. She was a woman from modern day Angola who fought hard against the enslavement of her peoples. And it's often quoted that she had many husbands. Is this the same thing, what we're seeing here? Is that a result? Or have people sensationalized Ya Asantewa and her, was it Ya Asantewa or maybe Queen?
Miss Ya Asantewa. I don't think that I think that when you hear because Ya Asantewa wasn't writing in English. So this was probably written from the perspective of her enemies when you hear them tell stories of Ya Asantewa. And I don't necessarily believe that Yahoo Santua had husbands in the context of how we look at husbands and wives or whatever. They may have had relationships with people, and in African cosmology or in how they reference things, the relationships may have been close, but I don't think it was how we would define it as in modern day context. I don't think that was the case, and I think that I stand corrected on it. If someone could come up and tell me something different, but I don't think, and I think that someone could even make the claim that polyandry was practicing even in ancient Africa, in certain parts of it. But you would have to, first of all, you have to let me know and give me the proper reference for it. But this seems to be a new paradigm and dynamic in how we treat relationships today. Especially with the rise of black feminism and black female empowerment. You really want to know what the direction of these ideas are going, and I think that this is up to par. This is up to par. The man stays in the background, and the woman brings her two brother husbands to to wherever, to church, to the grocery store. Husband, you go to the grocery store. Husband, you go and pick up the kids. You know, she has the best of both worlds in this modern society.
You know, speaking of ancient African practices and whether polyandry was practiced with some of our queens in ancient Africa, in pre-colonial. Let's not even go that far. Pre-colonial. Give me a moment before I explain this. In the chat, Trigger Happy says, I mean, just as we mentioned that polygamy under a capitalist economy and European norms are not executed well, same could be said for polyandry. So, man, before I get into my statement, Juana, what say you? Is just polyandry the way that is practiced in a capitalistic society? Is it perverted, and can it work even in present day Africa? Can you?
I've never been a part of it, so I can't really. I've never tried to practice it, so I wouldn't know. You know, like I say, back in the day, you know, Generation X's, we call this a trend. But but maybe, like I say, the millennials look at things a little bit differently. So I would have to reference them to figure out whether this is like effective or well executed or not executed in modern day society. I can't really answer this question, Trigger Happy. Not for the millennials, brother.
If you're just joining in, I am Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku here on Shoot the Breeze, episode 241 on the Better Medicine podcast. If you want to be a panelist, go ahead and click the StreamYard link pinned to the top of the chat. Our first topic at hand deals with polyandry and also modern day relationships and lack thereof. And it asks, Shoot the Breeze, topic number 1, it asks, is this an evolution in Black male-female relationships, Black female empowerment? The still image that you see on your YouTube screen here is a wife of these two current husbands. Yes, not former and current husbands. No, two current husbands. They both love her. They both want to remain in the relationship with her. I don't know if we got it, and maybe I just wasn't paying attention hard enough, but were they living in the same household? Juana, did you catch that? Were they both?
They absolutely were. They absolutely were living in the same household. And the question becomes, you know, how does the sleeping arrangements work? One has one bedroom, and they rotate her. And they rotate the woman. So, like I say, we call this a trend. But I don't know. Like I say, we're living in a different kind of world today. And things that people do, you can't necessarily question. She is an elderly lady, but both of the gentlemen seem to be in their early 40s. She's in her late 40s. So I don't necessarily know, but I do know that they all share the same housing arrangement. They do share the same housing arrangement.
That is so interesting. So then do they take her last name? Do they take her last name, or how does this
I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna tell you something. Like I say, you millennials, I've heard now it's become custom that some men have started taking the last names of their partners.
No way.
This is true.
No.
This is true. Look it up. So, like I say, that's why I have to ask the brothers, all the millennials, is this the future going forward? And how we should look at relationship. You know, the women used to hyphenate their names. They would keep their familial name, and then hyphenate their name with their husband's last name. So now, are we gonna hear like Barack Obama Johnson? You know. So we gotta.
Not Barack. Why you gonna attack Barack? You crazy. In the chat, Trigger Happy says, in reference to our question. To expand on his statement, he said, Trigger Happy says, I can't answer that either. But whatever they're doing in their video or ancient or medieval cultures probably did something different. So, a statement I wanted to make, one was that, and then also Koku911 says, I guess the mobile stream is still going, but YouTube killed the mainstream. I apologize, guys. I know that usually the beginning of the stream itself for Shoot the Breeze episodes, it's slow. Panelists are usually doing whatever they need to do to get ready, and sometimes it takes a little bit for the panelists to get on. So I usually try to play a longer video. I'll keep that in mind next time, so that way the YouTube police doesn't kill the stream entirely. But he's saying that the mobile stream, so either your tablet or your phone, will still play this. We'll try to check throughout this entire stream to see if maybe you're able to just watch this on your TV and participate nonetheless. So my statement, Juana, was that as a Luo, I know this for sure. Pre-colonial Africa, there were wars, of course, as you know, tribal wars, and that when it came to the Luo, when a husband would pass away, the wife would become the wife of his next brother. So is that also polyandry?
I've heard of that before. That is polygamy, but I've heard that practice before, where the sister would bring her sister sometimes and marry the relationship. Almost kind of like seems incestuous, because the sister would bring her sister, and both of them would have the same husbands. That's a common feature that happens. That's been happening throughout Africa. It's not really relegated to the luau, but I've heard about that tradition before. But I've not necessarily heard that we practice a whole lot of polyandry. See, polygamy has been practicing throughout Africa for a very long time. And even if it meant, with two sisters coming together and marry the same guy, that's happened before. But as far as polyandry, where two men are coming together and just having one wife, I don't necessarily know if that was a big practice in Africa. I'm sure it happened, but I don't necessarily know if it was a big practice. But who knows these days, man? This is a strange kind of world we living in.
One question for you: if something were to happen to you, let's say you're married, hypothetically, and something happens to you, you pass away, would you want your wife becoming the wife of your next brother, your next of kin? Would that be something that you would give your blessings on?
Absolutely not. And personally, my partner.
He said, absolutely not.
No. My partner would see that as gross. She would see that as gross, But like I say, we have been socialized in a different way. Okay, so because we live in the West. But if like you say, in the luau tradition, that was seen as just something of a matter of protection, or it wasn't the social stigmas that we have here in the Western world. There wouldn't necessarily be the same kind of social stigmas. So, I could understand why over in certain parts of Africa that would be more acceptable, because how we've been socialized is very different. So, but I wouldn't want that to, of course not. That's, to me, that would be out. That would be out.
Juana giving a definitive answer, saying absolutely not to my question on if, again, in African custom, sometimes where the husband passes away, especially during war, she becomes the wife to the next brother. And he gives a definitive answer saying, absolutely not would I give my blessings on to that marriage. Trigger Happy says, yeah, this practice is in West Africa too. That's actually practical to avoid a single motherhood. Interesting. All right. Well, once again, I am Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku here on Shoot the Breeze episode 241 on the Bitter Medicine podcast. Again, the stream initially might have been cut because I played a longer video from copyrighted material. Apologies. I apologize. Again, I just know that it takes a while for a lot of our viewers and participants to get here. So I'll keep that in mind for next time. Right. So let's go ahead and let's get into our second topic at hand. And it deals with our famous, hold on. Saying that the YouTube live chat has been disabled. Whoa. Okay.
Everything is down, Jacadero? Everything?
I don't know. Let's try this again. Give me a moment here. Okay. Well, let's try to see this. All right. Well, we're going to use Quaz Radio, the station. So Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 Is he cooking or is this unbelievable? And it's our famous astronomer, and also he's just an all-around intellect, Neil deGrasse Tyson. And he talks about how Africa can and will, he says, will run the world and especially beat the United States. Huh? So we ask, is he cooking or is this unbelievable? This is being followed by a video. Let's go ahead and stop this. It's being followed by a video that we get a chance to hear what exactly Neil deGrasse Tyson is talking about. Again, if you're just joining in, I'm Brother Cole. Let's slow down.
I'm telling you, that palm wine is that Saturday night palm wine.
I'm getting ahead of myself, huh? I think the YouTube being cut, the mainstream being cut is affecting me. But I'm Brother Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku here on the Shoot the Breeze, episode 241 on the Bitter Medicine Podcast. We're in our second topic of the night. Let's get into it.
So, Neil, this has been an amazing conversation. There's only one more question I have for you. And it's about, do you, Neil, believe? Because I asked.
I don't believe. That's not a believe thing. I don't. That's not.
I'm gonna put you on the spot, Neil.
Fine.
I'm still gonna do it because that's what I ask a lot of my guests. It's important.
Okay, go.
It's our African. This is gonna be mostly for an African audience, right?
Fine.
So, do you believe that Africans can become more prosperous in this century?
Oh, but definitely. When I look over the history of, before 1910. The United States was kind of a backwoods farmland country. We had a couple of big cities, but they were kind of smelly and dirty, and they were not very sophisticated, not like London or Paris, for example. And the country was built within a century to become a leader in the world in science and technology because there was values placed on research and engineering and math and the STEM fields. Okay, so. And that happened within a century. Before then, Europe basically led the world. All right. They embraced science and technology early. All right. The Industrial Revolution hit them first. And that fueled their power over the rest of the world. Okay. A lot of it was worked towards health and security and wealth, but the rest was like hegemony. Okay. That's how they chose to use their power. Of influence and wealth. You go back 1,000 years, the golden age of Islam out of Baghdad, with major advances in science and engineering, astronomy and medicine. 2/3 of all and navigation. 2/3 of all stars in the night sky that have names have Arabic names, traceable from that period. You go back thousands of years before that, you have Egypt as one of the greatest cultures civilizations has ever seen. The pyramids were the tallest structures, stable structures to exist in this world until the Eiffel Tower. Okay? So all I'm declaring here is no one country, no one region has eternal rights to leading the world. It's a combination of how enlightened is your leadership, what are the motivations for doing so? And they can easily happen within a century. Africa, with the resources that are built in just to the land and the people and the diversity, I don't see why Africa wouldn't lead the world for millennia to come. And so, yeah. And with the United States just looking from the sidelines, that's my read of history tells me nothing in principle will prevent that. Look what.
Woo-wee. Hey, that was Neil deGrasse Tyson talking with the interviewer. Again, I am Jacadero filling in for Brother Koku here on Truth the Breeze, episode 241. Again, the mainstream, if you're just catching up with us, looks like it's been cut. I don't know if it has been on. Let us know in the comments. But on the mobile, so on your tablet or on your phone, you can still follow in. Also, if you want to be a panelist, click on the StreamYard link pinned to the top of the chat. And we're asking on the second topic, Shoot the Breeze topic number 2, is he cooking or is this unbelievable? Juana, from what you heard, is he cooking or is this unbelievable?
No, I think that it all starts. First of all, let me say that Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson is a person or a mind that should be one of the leaders and speakers at the helm of uh, what you would consider to be African American dialogue and talk. Usually what you get in as far as the African American community, I don't want to speak for everyone, is you have entertainers and you have pastors and and sometimes you have politicians. And sometimes if you want to progress um, your community, your culture, whatever, it is represented by the people who lead you. And he is one of the brightest minds. And I think that we should have engagement more so with people like him as opposed to uh, a guy who is just a rapper or a guy who is just a comedian. We like comedians and basketball players. I think that when we have critical thinkers like these people should be prompted, promoted within the culture and cultural paradigm. So people want to emulate people like him. He's not so far removed that you can't reach or aspire to his level. So I would just put that there first and foremost. Secondly, let me say that it is believable. It all starts with belief. It all starts with belief. You become who you say you are. You eventually become who you say you are. The reason why America highlights themselves as the greatest nation is because they say so. And it starts there, and people fall behind that. And if you make something unbelievable or something that is something that out of the realms of any kind of possibility, then it becomes out of your reach. The richest man in the world right now, who is at the helm of technology and sciences, well, technological sciences in America right now, grew up in Africa. Now, we could debate the fact that he's a white man or not. He grew up in Africa, an African country, Elon Musk. So if he is not the only person who could come up with these kinds of ideas and high-mindedness, then I'm sure there are many other people within Africa, within Africa, who has these kinds of mindsets and ideas, who could move Africa from one phase to another. And I think that if African countries, and not only, let me take it out of the realm of the continent and the countries, the people themselves, if they believe and have this belief in moving their country forward and using technology and all the things that he mentioned to move their country forward, it would be a possibility. It would be a possibility. It's not out of the realms of possibility. If one man could do it, another man could do it as well. So I think that Africa should move in that direction. And like we see, we have seen Nigerians, because we talk about the technology market and industry. The people who have a foothold in that industry right now are the Indians. They have a big foothold on that. But the people who are coming up in the technological industries, in particular AI, look at the Nigerians. They have gotten a full, well, they're using it for different kinds of reasons, especially 419. But if that know-how is redirected, they can move the Nigeria forward in a different kind of direction in the industry. So these things can be done. I think they are actually happening, slowly by surely, just via internet connection. And in the future going forward, I think that they will be somebody to talk about. Not only the Nigerians, all across Africa. So I think that it's not out of the realms of believability. If you believe it, it can be done. You know what I mean? You just have to go out and do it. But this is just me bantering on. So
if you up you a mighty race, you can accomplish what you will. Sentiments from the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. Again, we are discussing Neil deGrasse Tyson's thoughts. Again, is he cooking or is this unbelievable? Shoot the Breeze topic number 2, where he gave his insight and says, yes, Africans not only can prosper, but they will beat the United States and run the world. In the comments, Trigger Happy says some of those Euro cities that Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson mentioned are still overrated. I like that. Trigger Happy also says that white wife is stunting his growth properly. trigger happy. It's his name. He's trigger happy. He's not one to mince words. Koku 911 says we can do it, but we need to do it amongst ourselves. So, Buana, let me ask you then. You did mention Nigeria. Arguably it'd be between, I think, in my personal opinion, between Nigeria and Congo. That'd be one of those countries like a China or South Korea for the African continent. How do you feel that Nigeria is holding themselves back then from being a superpower?
No, I think that Nigeria is going to eventually be a future superpower. By the way, let me also mention the Kenyans are deep in technology as well. They're very good at that. Let me also mention that. I think that what's happening in Nigeria is they are trying to sort out their oil situation in terms of refineries, and Dangote is trying to. He is actually a one-man band. I think that Dangote can't do it by himself, especially in sorting out the oil situation. And there are a lot of unseen agitators and people who benefiting from the fact that the oil is not necessary. A lot of the crude oil or so-called oil is not being refined in Nigeria. I think that he is trying to go in that direction to solve a lot of the chaos that currently exists. I think it'll be sorted out. I think that Nigeria has enough brilliant people to sort it out. But I think that because of the level of corruption and different things going on in that society, I think that there's a fight, a push and pull. There's always going to be a fight. But I think that eventually they'll sort it out. And I think that they're going to go into that direction going forward. I think that the world is changing, and we are like like Black Steel would say, we are going to live in a multipolar world. And I think that some of the leaders will have some foresight in Nigeria and other parts of Africa to go into a different direction. Now, I question the actions of Ruto recently. I'm questioning his actions. But I think that other parts of Africa are acting in ways that I feel like would be for the betterment of their society, their countries, and for the continent itself. I think that they're going to be headed in that direction. The process is slow, and it might come after we all then perish and leave this planet. But I think that they're going to eventually get there. I really believe that.
All right, Juana's words and his sentiments on Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Shoot the breeze. Topic number 2. We're asking, is he cooking or is this unbelievable? And Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson says, yes, Africa will run the world and beat the United States of America.
I don't think. Let me interrupt you briefly, Jackie. There, I'm sorry for interrupting you, brother.
Please.
I don't think that the fight is really primarily against the United States of America. I don't think personally. I think that China and Russia is going to eat the United States' lunch. The United States leads the world in terms of, because the dollar, really the dollarization of the world is because it has the United States at the helm and their military capability. But if more than your country has nuclear weapon capacity, then that cancels that out right away. So now we are left with the dollar. And now the dollar is being challenged because the dollar is weakening under Trump. The dollar is being, the yen is being considered as a form of trade in the world. So I don't necessarily, by the time, in terms of being a competitor, African nations being a competitor with America won't be the biggest dog on the block anymore. I think it'll be other countries that rise up that Africa will have to seek to either partner with or compete with in the future going forward. I don't think that, like I say, that whole American veneer is kind of like coming apart. Slowly and surely is really coming apart if you're really watching the state of the world affairs.
Interesting, huh? All right, in the comments, D Webb of the Harsh Reality Podcast. What's going on, D Webb? Welcome. Hope everything is great with you. He asked, what happened to the main broadcast? YouTube back on that BS? Yes, they have to be on that BS. They have to be, yes. Unfortunately, the first video that I played was a little longer, and the YouTube police said, nah, we're going to go ahead and cut the main stream. So if you're able to watch it on your tablet or phone, we welcome it. And please, we thank you. We give gratitude to you because it's patience. And sorry for the inconvenience. I apologize on behalf of the Bitter Medicine podcast team. I am Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku on Shoot the Breeze, episode 241. Koku 911 says to Buana, the pot cake in the back disagrees. Is the pot cake he's referring to the dog that you had in the background, Buana? As far as you're saying that the U.S. is no longer, the main.
I'm sure because there's a politician in the country called Pot Cake.
Oh.
So I really ain't sure exactly what Koku talking about. Really, truly.
KW Don, yes, KW Don, welcome, by the way, peace and Pan-Africanism, says that Urugu is not giving up global hegemony without a fight. Africans do not currently have ruthless aggression mentality to achieve this right now. Do you agree with that? Do you agree that we don't have a ruthless aggression mentality, Juana?
No, Africa doesn't have a ruthless only against its own people. They have a ruthless aggression mentality. But when it comes to world affairs, I don't necessarily believe that they have that root, because it's not our nature to have that ruthless, aggressive mentality that leads someone to conquer and dominate other nations. I don't necessarily. I think some of the leaders in African countries do. But collectively, I don't think the whole continent has that kind of idea of the world should look like us and us alone. I don't think that we really have that in our bag. No, and I don't think that we should want it. I don't think that we should want it. I don't think that the African mind or goal is to be oppressive of other groups of people. I don't think that that's ever been the case. I think that the African mindset is about freedom, liberty, a man's right to enjoy his life, laugh, have love, have relationships, good relationship with their partners, eat good food. I think that is the paradigm for the African mind. But to have all those things in this global world, you have to be willing to fight to protect that. So I think that, sure, going forward, you have to develop that if you don't have it.
I appreciate it. Juana, Koku 911 says the dog in the background. So might be a politician, might be a dog. D-Web adds damn shame, but we do what we got to do in reference to the mainstream getting cut. Again, if you're just joining in on the tablet or the mobile stream, we appreciate you. Gratitude. I am Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku on Shoot the Breeze, episode 241 here on the Bitter Medicine podcast. If you want to be a panelist, click the StreamYard link pinned to the top. We would love to hear your vocal thoughts and perspectives. All right, well, let's go ahead and you said that sometimes we get in our own way, Buana, but sometimes we do have external factors that do everything that they can to agitate us. Why do I say that? Well, Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 asks, FAFO. And for those that don't know the acronym, hopefully YouTube doesn't ban me for saying this, but fuck around and find out, huh? I'll just say F around and find out. We don't want to have this mobile stream getting cut either. Again, F around and find out. And before we get into the video that deals with this topic number 3, let's build on it. Well, for those that are in the United States, especially if you're chronically online or not, you're probably familiar with a certain white boy in the state of Tennessee using everything that he can to, some would say, rage bait, but others say different. Again, there's a white boy in the state of Tennessee that has been using his streaming platform to agitate Black people. And usually these are Black people that are either on drugs themselves or are homeless. And so what ends up happening is he does everything that he can to say, hey, I am armed, either with a weapon or with mace or pepper spray. For more on this, we go to the video prompt here. Stand by.
I walked up to them because they were pointing at me. They were laughing. They were pointing at me, and I said, "What's up, guys? How y'all doing?" I said, "Y'all like the new suit?" He said, "Walk away from me." I walked away from him. He came back up to me. He literally said, "I have PTSD. I feel like I'm in." He said, "You start saying all that chimp out to me, I'm gonna hit you." He hit me, started wailing on me, even after I had to defend myself by shooting him. He's still wailing on me.
Well, it actually happened. This is breaking news. I was going to put another Chud the Builder video out today, but this one is definitely going to have to go on top of it. Chud the Builder has pew-pewed a man that he was in an altercation on the street with. And while doing so, he actually did graze himself in the process. Now, I will say there's going to be a deeper dive into this video because there's so much to unpack, and I don't have all the details right now. I'm seeing a lot of things floating around on the internet, some of which claiming that the man himself is no longer with us, meaning that Chud did in his life. But I don't know what type of claims Chud is going to make in court with this defense team that he's going to have if this man is, no longer living or not. Based off of some of the stuff he was saying on stream before this incident, it seems as though he was kind of predicting a situation like this would happen, which would make things really, really tricky.
Yeah, I don't know how to convince you guys that I'm literally a single guy with a camera. Somebody could come up and try to kill me right now. There's nothing I could do about it, but I'm protected by the Lord and I believe in his divine protection. Other than that, I'm literally a sitting duck.
Since his return to streaming, he had not changed pretty much anything that he had done about the way that he goes about making any sort of content. And now we're in a situation where in an act of self-defense, there is himself, Chud the Builder, in the hospital because he grazed himself with a bullet, which I don't know how that's even possible. And also a man in an unknown condition at the time of the recording of this video. Pretty sure we'll probably have some clarification by the time it comes out. All of this to me marks the end-all defeat of a Chud the Builder. But for the most part, I've been screaming this from the rooftops. This type of antagonizing content is not going to have some good result. It's never going to end well. And Chud's return to streaming was doomed from the start anyway. If you're new to this and you haven't already, please hit that subscribe button. It's going to go a long, long way. This saga isn't over with, and I need to get in on it. So get your popcorn ready because we're doing Chud the Builder 90 times after this one. Now, back into the video. All right, we know who Chud is. No need to explain any backstory. He's the weirdo, racist streamer / content creator who goes around antagonizing people, egging them on to say the most nonsensical things in the world and claiming that free speech is going to save him. But what myself and other commentary channels have been trying to tell him is that free speech isn't just a pass to say anything, do anything, antagonize anybody. It's really just a stupid way to build up your content and get a little bit of buzz on your name. Now, where we left off in the saga was Chud the Builder getting arrested for stealing dinner and then becoming a public nuisance, harassing people, resisting arrest, all these other things. Also breaking his bond agreement from the last time he got arrested. A criminal, a douchebag, a charlatan, all these different things. And coming out of that jail cell and jumping right on the live stream, you saw a change in the demeanor of Chud the Builder. Something spooked him in there, and he's realizing that the consequences of his actions are real.
They took me to a building that was not the jail. After they arrested me, they did not take me to the jail to book immediately. They took me to some building, and some dude in plain clothes gets out. He's clearly a detective, and he takes me into the room in the back of the building, leaves me there for like an hour. He tells me that, oh, the FBI is interested in talking to you. We're waiting on him. He comes in there. They sit down. He's like, okay, I'm with the anti-terrorist organization or whatever unit. He's talking to me, asking me questions, saying, are you with any organizations? Now I'm like, organizations? I'm literally just a dude with the phone. Then he says, well, are you affiliated with the GDL? Like, what the is a GDL? Never even heard nothing like that. The Goyim Defense League.
Now, this wasn't just some sort of simple arrest. Chud the Builder bypasses the neighborhood booking and gets upscaled to the FBI and some sort of major interrogation. Now, probably because, I don't know, he couldn't read the room for the past couple of years, Chud the Builder had to have realized that there's been a collective of, provocateurs, groups of people who are anti-this, anti-that, anti-black, Jew, gay, all these things that have been growing in the United States. And this is part of the reason why his whole free speech gimmick falls apart. Sure, you can say things in a vacuum, I guess, but not realizing that there are tons of others that share those sentimentalities. You're going to get lumped in, just like you kind of lump in people and put them in a group in in a collective. So quickly into that FBI investigation, they accused Chud the Builder of being a part of an organization or a group. Now, I had to look it up, but the GDL is basically a group of white supremacists that are provocateurs in the space that go around spreading anti-Semitic rhetoric, and they do public stunts, basically. So they go in public, make a mockery of people, wear certain costumes and clothing, try to provoke people in the public space, similar to what Chud actually does. See, Chud doesn't realize that while the internet is rewarding him for these clips that he's putting out, which they're really not, to be quite honest with you, they aren't. He's gonna chud around and find out, because real life people don't take this stuff lightly. And it's not just the average everyday person that you run up on at a gas station or
FAFO, F around and find out. Huh? I am Jacadero, filling in proudly for Brother Koku here on Shoot the Breeze, episode 241 on the Better Medicine podcast. And we're asking FAFO. The video that you had seen, again, was a internet, I don't know, whatever you want to call him, but this white boy out of Tennessee using his streaming platform to agitate Black peoples by using racist tropes. Give me a moment here. By using racial slurs, racial epithets towards Black people that he would meet on the streets, and he would be armed and saying that his First Amendment, or the First Amendment in the U.S. Constitution, protects him. Well, recently he found out. How did he find out? Well, a Black man in Tennessee did put hands on him, and then he used his gun to shoot that man. We don't know the condition of this Black man, but we do know that this white boy named Chud the Builder, Chud the Destroyer, has been charged with attempted murder. So, Buana, from everything that you've seen, maybe you heard of this white boy, maybe you haven't. F around and find out. What's your thoughts?
Well, I don't, I don't think he's gonna find out anything. I think that, because I haven't not heard of him, but if I follow the story correctly, he is a person. He is an agitator. He goes up to, I guess, unsuspecting people, and I guess says things to provoke them to act. But I don't think he's going to find out anything. He may get involved in some kind of street skirmish, but see, on YouTube, there was a lady. I watched a lady before on YouTube. She was at this playground, and she called a baby, a Black child, the N-word on the playground, and they had a GoFundMe for her, and she was able to get $1 million worth of contributions, $1 million of support, white supporters, Black supporters, who know, FBA supporters, who knows, but they gave her $1 million. $1 million. She became a millionaire off of calling a child the N-word. We are, the American society seems to be turning more right wing, right? The judges are right wing. Supreme Court is completely right wing. The president is right wing. This is the age right now. For me, this is the last gasp at white narcissism. And the gloves have been taken off, especially towards people of color. Black people of color are extremely vulnerable in America right now. Extremely vulnerable, not only in America, all over the Western world. Extremely vulnerable. Extremely vulnerable. And there are people out there who are going to benefit off of the fact that they putting us into precarious situations, and will face absolutely no responsibilities for their actions. Absolutely none. And if they ever was to come before a court, they're either going to get let out of prison by Donald J. Trump, because he is bully for allowing people out of jail who's committed certain crimes, or it won't go as far as people deem that they would. And we are so politically unaware. We really believe by solving a problem on the street is some get back. No, it doesn't happen that way. he is either trying to, suicide himself by police officers. You never know what these people's motivations are. He is trying to use the content of a black person reacting to him to get supporters financially for his own sake. Or he is just, I don't know, he's just being a white guy in the United States of America. And he understands that black people are extremely vulnerable. Extremely vulnerable. Even though they act and pretend as if they are not, they are extremely vulnerable. So I don't know who he's actually finding out. He's not finding out anything. He shot him, he maybe shot himself or whatever, but he's not finding out. He's watched this case, if you follow it, to see if he's ever convicted of anything.
Well, once again, if you're just joining in, I am Jack Cadero filling in for Brother Koku here on Shoot the Breeze episode 241 on the Better Medicine podcast. If you want to be a panelist for this and any of our other topics tonight, go ahead and click the link that we have in the chat, the StreamYard link. We want to hear from you. We are discussing our third topic, FAFO, F around, find out. There's this white boy in the state of Tennessee who has made it his mission to antagonize black people with racial epithets. There is for those that might be older, you probably have heard of IRL streaming. That's in real life streaming. So basically, you're just leaving your house, you're leaving your home to stream on the streets. And so what this white boy has done is made it his mission each and every single day to meet black people on the street and use racial epithets, racial slurs, and saying that it's protected by free speech, one of the Bill of Rights in the U.S. Constitution. And then when black people get agitated on the streets, he lets them know that he is armed, not only with deadly weapons, but with mace and pepper spray. Well, recently, a black man did take it upon himself to put hands on this white boy, but he was shot in the process. Also, this white boy shot himself in the process. For those that are familiar with the movie 8 Mile, yes, he did Cheddar Bob himself by shooting himself. But this white boy, Chud the Destroyer, has been charged with attempted murder. And Juana gave his thoughts about that in the chat. Let's read some of these. All right, Koku 911 says heads are being cut off from the video. I guess when I put it in full screen, I guess it cuts off some images. I'll keep that in mind. Black Steel says he's on his way. I can't wait for that, Black Steel. All right, Trigger Happy says I had another prompt that argued that the FBA, Foundation of Black Americans, was weak for not doing anything to Chud the Destroyer. But I guess he finally got dealt with. Well, he was just talking after shooting himself. Again, we have the StreamYard link if you want to be a panelist. We have a new panelist, D Webb of the Harsh Reality Podcast. Welcome to Shoot the Breeze episode 241. Hope everything is well with you. Peace and Pan-Africanism. How are you and what are your thoughts? FAFO?
Hey, peace to you, brother. Peace to the panelists out there. Peace to the chat. FAFO. Honestly, yeah, I agree with that sentiment. I think in this case, I honestly had to. I'm calling him Chutter Bob. Now that you speak about it, Chutter Bob. Now that's his new acronym. He hasn't built shit. He destroys shit, like you said. But to just kind of sum it up, I don't even think this guy is really about that life that he tries to portray anyway. If you notice, he's not really super accepted by those circles of actual race soldiers, right? This dude to me is more of a grifter. Has nothing to lose. He's in debt, child support, apparently not allowed to see his kid. He's one of those losers with nothing to lose. And unfortunately, in America, the easiest way to get clout, what you want to call it, is to agitate black folks, because we have this thing where we like to share and be outraged and actually push these people into infamy, unfortunately, instead of just taking care of business like what should have been happening. We hate share and kind of give these people fame. So he take the path of least resistance, but to some, like, to kind of put that together, like, They the First Amendment. I don't think a lot of these people know what the First Amendment means. First Amendment just simply means the government can't lock you up for your anti-government rhetoric, and even that has a limit, right? You can't call in a bomb threat to the White House, right? You're gonna get a fucking people at your door, right? So this whole First Amendment bullshit he's trying to push is this bullshit. I'm sorry about all the cuss. Let me stop. This is just some nonsense, right? What he's actually trying to do is grift, and you do have this quote unquote almost these they're below the race soldiers. They're almost like these white dudes who girlfriend that they had a crush on in high school went and got with the black quarterback, right? So they have this hate and this sentiment towards black folk for some reason, want to say the N-word as well. These are not even, because the real race soldiers are like in Idaho, they're in Colorado. They don't even want to be around black people. This dude is specifically going to like places like Nashville, being around black people, trying to get a rise out of black folk. And to me, these are the lowest common denominator as far as the race grifters, the chuds of the world. I do think that he actually may face consequences just because he's in Nashville doing that. In the area that he's in, like even the police are like fed up with him because they have to take time out of that day to go defend this dude. This dude talks crazy to people and then calls the police, right? He's a Karen. He's a Karen trying to grift. He's not even really about that life. He's not really he says a slur and walks away half the time, right? He only tries to push on people who he thinks he can intimidate. There's plenty of videos with him being around black folk and being just as quiet as a church mouse, just pleasant, right? Oh, you guys, and I pulled some of these videos up because I've roasted this dude before too. So I don't even think this dude is a serious threat as far as race soldiers, just a grifter. So that's kind of my thoughts in a nutshell.
I appreciate you. And also welcome again D Webb of the Harsh Reality Podcast and his thoughts. Trigger Happy in the chat says apparently Chutter Bob, as D Webb likes to address him as, apparently he was getting pegged. Please ask whoever it is that you are closest to what that word means. I don't want to explain that here on the internet. He's getting pegged by some black woman. It's going around on X, Twitter X. If that's true, which is unfortunate, but if he's into that, I guess he's into that. Do we have another panelist? Maybe, Koku, maybe. Koku, first, welcome to the chat if you want to. And then we ask the question, FAFO, based on what you've heard. F around, find out for Chutter Bob.
Well, peace to everyone, first of all, man. I came through because it was kind of quiet on the panel there, but shout out to you and Buana and now Webb for holding it down, I guess. Fuck around and find out. Yeah, for sure. I think the thing that bothered me the most, and which is why I wonder what it's all about ultimately, is first of all, this white guy was allowed to walk around, walking up in black folks' face, calling them nigger with the hard ER, threatening violence if they quote unquote chimp out. And I wonder why that was allowed, because we saw it earlier tonight on YouTube. We played a video that's on YouTube that they gave us a strike for. Meanwhile, this guy can go on these platforms that allegedly have all these tight rules. You see these streamers afraid to say certain words or certain actions, but he could go out there and do whatever. I wonder why that is. And to drive the point home, the guy hadn't been touched by no one. In fact, there's a video by no black person in particular. One of the people that he's calling a N-word. There's one video in particular where this guy Chud was looking around for some guy in a green car, and a guy in a red car pulls a black guy, and the black guy starts off with like, "Yo, I love your shit, man. F them N-words." This is a black guy talking to Chud. on stream, shakes his hand, bucks his eyes, smiles with a big goofy smile, and talks about, you know, where the bitches at. And to me, that's a bad look for them folks down there where he is in Tennessee. You know, we just had what was a couple years ago, they killed a rapper over in Memphis, and Memphis has all this violence and all this stuff going on, but this white boy right next door, this white boy could walk around and do all this stuff. There's something they're trying to portray here. There's a message they're trying to put out here, and I hope that we're at least thinking about what it is that they're trying to say about black folk, particularly black men. You know what I mean? So yeah, fuck around and find out then. How loud am I playing that?
Appreciate you, Koku, and thank you for coming on the Shoot the Breeze episode 241. You spoke about black people not doing anything, and then even one black person cheering Cheddar Bob or Chud the Destroyer on. Let's go back to this video clip. And I don't know how to address this guy, but Charleston White gives his own thoughts, and it's seemingly in support of Chud the Destroyer. Believe it or not, let's take a listen.
The nigga that want to fight him. But no, you're not understanding. Like the black Twitter is mad at me for trying to get him on brand risk. Well, they wasn't mad when King Von and Lil Durk was on $1 million mouth worth of game, and they were serial killers. Listen, I'm reading this page. Every time a hardcore anti-black racist person appears, Aiden Ross promotes and elevates them. Nick Fuentes, Gypsy Crusader, and now he's trying to do it with Chud, the loser. Well, every time they get one of them old killing ass niggas that done kill somebody, been to prison and hurt people, they elevate them. So what's the difference? Okay, but do you think he's doing it in a provocative way? So what? I do it in a provocative way when I say, fuck your dead baby, bitch ass nigga. Fuck your hood. Fuck old block. Fuck all right. Fun. I do it in a provocative way. I feel like, do you think he's going out in person getting drunk and baiting? Yeah, nigga, it makes, why not do it? You see how much attention he's getting.
Now, ultimately, I do believe that Aiden Ross is going.
Jeez. Woo. Before we get into your guys' thoughts on the panel here about Charleston White and his seeming support for Chud the Destroyer and his rage baiting of racial epithets towards black people that he meets on the street. Trigger Happy says, apparently some of the strongest white organizations are those outback areas where white people barely live, like Idaho, as D-Web said. True indeed. Trigger Happy also adds, China understands violence. America understands violence. We as a collective understand violence against each other, but not to who causes us issues. Trigger Happy, I have a question for you. Charleston White did point out that, hey, you know, we seem to let it go when we have these drill rappers and them actually getting involved in killing other black people. Why don't we get as upset as we did with Chud the Builder? Panel, I'm just gonna give it up to anybody. Charleston White's thoughts or thoughts about what he said. Are you guys in support of that? Is there a nuance here?
Hell no. Charleston White is an idiot, bro. Like, we shouldn't even be listening to Charleston White. He's a 50-something-year-old idiot who's a shock jock, a quote-unquote self-described shock jock. He's trying to get his views up. I seen whatever, they was having a little boxing match, and then it was him and that Whack 100 dude, and they was like the Aiden Ross dude, and they're just like, no, you Jew, you a little hat, you a N-word too, you one of us, you know. And it was just like, okay, we see what we're dealing with here. So neither one of them should be listened to by any serious black person.
And some of which claiming that.
No, you talking or something?
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah.
But that's a straw man though. The whole like King Von is killed, bro. Them people are dead. King Von dead, bro. Like a lot of the drill rappers he mentioned are dead or in prison, bro. So the example you're setting and don't even make sense, right? Like profiting off these people when all of the people you mentioned have suffered consequences beyond it. Like a lot of those drill rappers are either Lil Durk is in federal prison right now, right? So these people do suffer consequences for what they do. That's why you know their name, because they're suffering consequences for what they do. So to me, Charleston White is an idiot, but that's all I got to say.
D-Web, standing on business. I love it. Buana, what say you after hearing I don't know if you're familiar with Charleston White, but like D-Web says, he's a shot.
Ultimately, I have to wait and see what happens to this white guy. I do think that Tennessee, where this guy is, that I think that is the home of the Ku Klux Klan. You know, that's their Republican strongholds. And yes, he was arrested for his antics, but I will wait and see what happens to him, because I really doubt that he'll be convicted on anything. I doubt that. You know, they're gonna go to a whole court battle or whatever. I think that nothing is gonna happen from him. And I tell you this, I'll even go as far as to say this: if this becomes national attention, the Trumps of the world are gonna jump on this bandwagon like shit on stink, and they're gonna make sure in front of the whole black world, in particular Black American society, to exonerate this man, because he is talking to their base, and he'll enrich himself, just almost the same guy, the guy who in New York who unalive or killed this black guy on the train. You know, Trump had him at the football match. You know, they promote these kinds of guys because they are talking to their base. So I am curious to see what's going to happen to him. You know, it's a wait and see for me.
Appreciate it, Buana. It's a wait and see game indeed. Jose enters into Shoot the Breeze episode 241. I am Jacadero, filling in for brother Koku, proudly here on the Better Medicine podcast. He says, hey, folks, what's going on, Jose? We have a new panelist. And also, if you want to be a panelist, go ahead and click on the link that we have in the chat. Again, it's the StreamYard link. If you want to have your voice heard, we want to hear it from you. Brother Bakari, welcome to Shoot the Breeze episode 241. From everything that you've heard or may not have heard, first, welcome to the show. And then also, what's your thoughts? FAFO, F around, find out? Or are we just going to take this lightly?
Fuck Cheddar. What his name? Cheddar Bob. Whatever happened to him, glad he happened to him. He would probably go to prison. Maybe not for a long time. He would be protected because he been pegged by a black woman, so the Aryan nation gonna get to peg him so they can protect him. But that would be his protection. They already found him in dressed in what they call it, drag anyway. So man, but this dude, he was trying to build up his social media presence, right, at the expense of black people. And I don't understand why black people hadn't done nothing to him. But the couple of videos I saw, because I'm gonna be honest, I only saw a couple of them because I didn't want to watch it, because I thought it was, and for me anyway, I thought it was done for black people to constantly share a video of somebody who just walk around out here disrespecting you. I don't think we understand how that make us look as a people. Then you got some black people that's gonna agree with him. I don't know if anything will happen to him or not in prison. Right? Because I do believe he is going to prison, right? I could be wrong, but I believe he is going to prison. And because he got too much to get out, to just get away scot-free, dread scot-free. There's too much evidence against him. But I was wondering, like what Koku said, something we had spoken about, how this guy can just walk around in black. Where are all these black people at with no guns? He can just walk around in a black neighborhood and say whatever the hell he wants, and nothing has happened to him. So he know where to go. If you Google, like, this might have been like 5 years ago, it was a white guy going around doing pranks, and he would go into black neighborhoods, on what people might call the hood, and act like he's going to do something to them. And he went to Nashville and he did a prank, and this black guy got off, and this black guy didn't know what he was doing. So when the black guy shot him and killed him. I don't think that guy was around those type of. I don't think he was around those type of black people. But I do think us sharing it, like D Webb said, we're sharing it and not handling business. We were giving him more clout than the people he wants to be around, the white the white nationalists or whatever. We were giving him more clout than they were because we were posting up our disrespect, talking about how racist this white boy is. But I bet you I couldn't go there, right? So, and you have people in these cities, but like I said, I don't think he was in the city of Nashville that want to tell black people you got to check in, and when you come to my city. But this guy here, he come check in, calling you the N-word and everything else, sitting there talking negative to you, and there's nothing that has happened to him. And I don't know what's that about, all these YNs, that's what they're called nowadays, YNs, right? So all of the YNs, I don't know where they are, and I'm not gonna say I'm telling somebody to go kill somebody, but sometime, man, I try to be careful with my words on other people's platform. But sometime, man, you just have to do what you have to do. But this also can let us know the type of people that we think is on our side, that let us know who you can depend on when some shit hop off. You see the type of black people you can't like the type of black people you can't deal with, and that's the FBA type, because I'm gonna say these are FBAs that's allowing him to get away with this foolishness, right? So we see who we're dealing with and what we're dealing with. I'm talking about our people. So when we out here saying we're gonna organize and we need to unite, we need to make sure that we're talking about the right kind of people. Because like I said, I agree with D Webb. You sending this out, sharing it, but you didn't handle business. So that's how I see it. And what Charleston White said is what Charleston White said. I don't listen to Charleston White. He's an idiot. He'll do whatever it is he do for money. I don't listen to Charleston White at all. I would tell my son that I do to piss him off to see what he's gonna say, but I don't listen to Charleston White at all. So whatever Charleston White said is what Charleston White said. And on that, I yield the mic.
I appreciate it, Brother Bakari. Once again, if you're just joining in, this is Shoot the Breeze, episode 241 on the Bitter Medicine podcast. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Again, initially, our stream was cut because of copyrighted material. A video played for Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. But nonetheless, we move, huh? Khalid Muhammad said once and said many times, hold the line. So we're holding the line on the third topic, FAFO. We're talking about this white boy, Cheddar Bob, Chud the Destroyer, whatever you know him as, and his incident where a black man wasn't taking anything that he was saying. So my question is to anybody here in the panel then, just like it's been asked, like, where are all these black men that seemingly, I mean, whether you have racial pride or not, where are these black men that we see it? I mean, I don't know about you guys, but just a little story. When I was in school in Minneapolis, there was a black man that stepped on the train and he lit up a cigarette right in front of me on the train. The train hadn't moved yet. And I told him, hey, not only are you not supposed to be smoking on the train, but my body is not going to even agree with that. I don't even like being around cigarettes. And then he proceeded to go on a verbal tirade, just acting like a child. It wasn't until the operator, I think he was just changing shifts. It was like, hey, young man, are you going to put that out? Because if you don't, I'm going to call the police and everybody here is going to be upset because the train's not going to move. My question is, that rage that black guy had for me, where are those black men for the rage for this guy? Again, anybody in the panel can chime in on this, but why is it that sometimes we are quick to get in conflict with each other, but somebody like this puny ass white boy can go off? Anybody can answer.
Well, I mean, he wasn't going to the places where he was in Nashville ain't Memphis. Like somebody put it in the chat. Black Steel, salute Black Steel. He didn't go to Memphis because he would have been over with. You know what I mean? Memphis is like mini Chicago, bro. You know, I'm from Chicago. He didn't go to the west side and south side of Chicago and do this stunt. He went to Nashville. Nashville is a pretty diverse city. He was in the downtown area of Nashville, which is very heavy police presence. He chose where to go to these places. A lot of these race soldiers don't go to these places, and they actually try to get away from black people. So that's why, like, this is an incident where I think that it was some grifting. He was grifting. You feel me? So he knew exactly who to say it to. He even picked smaller dude, like this Chud dude. He's actually a pretty decent sized dude, bro. Like he's not a tiny dude, but like he went around people that he knew. And he said it to people he knew. Like I seen one where it was like a bouncer at a club. He said it and walked off. It was some little tiny dude. I think that was like a TV. He was like a TV guy or something. I think he was like a producer for some kind of TV show. He talked crazy to him and then walked off. And those, it was like a 16-year-old kid, little scrawny cat. He very selective. People like this, these cowards that exist in our world, they don't go to the places where real consequences would happen to them, right? They avoid those areas. You don't see them there. I grew up, like I said, in the west side of Chicago. I could probably count on two hands the amount of white people I've seen. Matter of fact, the only white people I really seen, crazy or not, was like the Mormons. Like they would go in and try to talk, and the Mormons got some testicular fortitude on them. I give them that much props. But you never saw a Chud. It just was not no random white dude yelling the hard R in the hood, because it'd been 2 minutes over with. You feel me? Nobody saw nothing, right? So yeah, they're very selective, man. Don't be fooled by these type of people, dog.
I appreciate it. D Webb in the chat, Trigger Happy ask my question too. Why is there always people saying he needed to come to us? Why not make it declarative to go to him? Anybody can answer that question here.
Not only that, but Trigger also asked a question earlier. Not the question, but he made the comment of there's copycats out now. There's some big white boy out there now doing the same shit that Chud was doing. Just this, like almost the same day Chud was arrested. But that's a good question that Trigger asks. We tend to want to just fall back on this idea of, well, he didn't come around the ghetto. He didn't come around but my thing is, since we've for a long time now like to call the hood dudes the warrior class of the black community, how come these guys don't perk up? They are on social media too. How come they ain't see this and perk up and say, hell no, we ain't gonna let that ride? You know what I mean? I mean, it's a great question. I know no one was answered until I spoke, but it's a great question. Why do we always leave these things for, we got to go to him, we got to go to them. No, they're doing it where they know it's quote unquote, I guess, safe to do it. Although I did see videos with Chud the Builder confronting young black men in groups, him and his cameraman, and they were just trying to talk him like on some morals shit, like, hey man, don't do that, that's not cool, blah blah blah. But where is the so-called riders to ride on this dude? Like I told y'all, one of the dudes looked like a street dude, jumped out of his red car and just started shaking his man's hand and giggling and talking about where the bitch is at and all this shit. And that's not what we need you for. What use are you? Y'all could go and run down on another man that looks like you, but when this guy in a big cowboy hat comes around and a foolish mustache, all of a sudden is where the bitch is at.
But is that really the warrior class? You feel me? Like a lot of people, it may be a lot of street people, a lot of people that give this aesthetic out there, but it's not that many murderers out here running around in this world, bro. Like let's not get it twisted, bro. It's a lot of hood people, bro. It's a lot of people that talk crazy. It is very few actual murderers out here, bro.
Let's put murderers aside, Webb. Let's put murderers aside. Where's the tough guy? Where's the guy to go there and say, hey, man, if I see you out here fucking again, because I'll tell you what, there's corners here in America, there's streets here where dudes will tell you, hey, don't pass through here no more.
Was he there though? That's my point. He didn't go to those places though. I know what you saw, whatever, but he didn't go. And not to mention, he had a camera in front of his face the entire time, right? You know, he had the camera face the entire time, right? This is a trick. My question is, why didn't he go to the Chinatown and say, if it's First Amendment, right? Why not go to Chinatown and say these slurs? Why not go to Boston and Hell's Kitchen and say slurs to Irish Americans, right? If it's all about the First Amendment, right? He knows, right, that he's gonna get shared, and like they were saying earlier, bro, you're gonna get hate shared, you're gonna get put into the stratosphere, right? Because there's plenty of ethnic areas you can go to and say slurs, but you specifically targeted black people, right? You specifically target these. Matter of fact, you went even more specific and targeted places where you kind of knew you weren't gonna get fucked up. Not to mention you're streaming 24/7, right? Would it be beneficial? Let's just say this: would it have been beneficial for some of our young black men to perhaps like fuck him up, right? Do 20 years into what? Now we've lost 2, 3, 4 black men, right, who may have had something going for themselves. Because let's face it, no hood dudes are traveling to fucking Nashville to go find Chud the Builder to fuck him up, bro. That's just not realistic. If you ever grew up in any of these neighborhoods, it's not gonna happen, right? You in the area, you more worried about who on the other corner. Half these people don't even have Twitter or Kick. He's on Kick, bro. He's not even on like Facebook or something. He's on Kick. If people know about Kick, Kick is where Aiden Ross is at and all these other provocateurs. Kick is a little less stringent than YouTube and all these other places. I'm telling you right now, it's a good 90% of black people don't know who the fuck Chud is, dog. Like, you know what I mean? That's why his GoFundMe is like 100-something K over 2 years. He's not a major player. We're chronically kind of online because we have to be, but a lot of people don't even know who the fuck this dude is, to keep it real with you. That's why it's not even a huge story. So I kind of understand the sentiments.
In the chat, Trigger Happy says, you know, we need people to go to Chud the Destroyer. If we are people who don't allow disrespect to happen, it should be an order on him the moment that this is a thing on the internet. Trigger Happy also adds, saying that he needs to come to dangerous areas to get dealt with, just says to me, he won't be dealt with. And also adds, his clips, from what I understand, have traveled through all social media platforms. And then Lord of Slaughter, RBG. What's going on, Lord of Slaughter, man? How are you, man? Hope everything is well with you. We got another panelist that's adding his thoughts to the topic at hand, FAFO, in relating to Chud the Builder. Black Steel, welcome. Hope everything is well with you. And I assume that you're familiar with the topic at hand and the character, Chud the Builder, and like Koku said, his ridiculous mustache.
He's definitely got that porn star stash going on, that 1970s porn stash going on there. Peace to everybody in the chat, man. I really appreciate the conversation. Well, I think that he Bakari said, he's definitely facing some real charges. His bond is set at $1.25 million right now, because he was already out on bond previously. So that's why his bond is so high. He's basically provided the district attorney with all the evidence they need, premeditation. Apparently, before the altercation even took place, he reached for his weapon and took a what they call a bladed stance, or he stood to the sideways to make himself a smaller target and reach for his weapon. So he can't claim self-defense, which is what his whole argument revolves around. So, as the young people like to say, he is cooked. Now, I will say this: he was basically trying to get a reaction, right? His goal, and he said it. What he said in one of his posts on X, formerly Twitter, is that the season finale is a dead chimp on the ground and me being let go with no charges while you guys get mad while I'm free, right? He wanted a Trayvon Martin, George Zimmerman situation, right? This is what his end goal was. So because it got in writing, you can't pretend he's not guilty of sin. He's definitely going to the river. But I'm reading a book talking by a lawyer named Derek Bell. He created the idea of critical race theory. It talks about how racism is permanent, right? Basically, racial justice moves in an unyielding pattern of temporary progress, followed by swift backlash and re-entrenchment. So what we're seeing, previously in American history, a white person could accost any black person in the street and get away with it, right? They call you nigger, they call you coon, porch monkey, whatever slur they want to call you, and all you can do is go home and cry. And if you did do something about it, then white people would quickly form a mob and lynch you. And if we're going by the racism is permanent thesis, right, then it's not only possible, but it's probable that America will revert back to what their original, back to doing that before. We've already seen a few scattered cases of black people mysteriously committing suicide by hanging them. It's only a matter of time with this racial climate and this economic collapse that black people will become once again, the scapegoats of America's decline. We should all be prepared for this. We should all be armed. We should be working together for self-defense, mutual aid, whatever we need to do to defend ourselves. I think also too, on an individual level, it's never a good thing for a black person to be in front of a judge, right? Say you get, Cheddar Bob's running his mouth, you kill him and whatnot. Number one, you already got black people who were supporting him, who were agreeing with what he was saying. I never forget, it was a whole bunch of black women like, oh, we love your videos, whatever. They were smiling and whatever. And you saw black men smiling, laughing, oh, we love your videos, fuck those niggas, or whatever, right? If you were to be the one to off Cheddar Bob, shut the building, what's going to happen to you? Is the community going to look after your family? Probably not. So we want our people to be soldiers, but everybody who's in the military knows that for every soldier, you have a large amount of support behind that soldier. Food, weapons, material, equipment, everything. We want our people to be soldiers, but there's no support for our soldiers. How many Black Panthers are still incarcerated 50 years later? You don't even hear about Mumia anymore. So we can't say we want our people to be frontline soldiers if we don't support those soldiers. If we don't support those soldiers' families when they're incarcerated or when they're doing their bid. So I think about that many times when we talk about people standing up for the people. Black people, especially in the United States, we don't have a connected ideology that unites us, right? We are of the same color, but we're not united in any type of ideology or anything else like that. So I would not sit up here and having a black person take that hit and then get incarcerated for 30, 40 years because they're not going to be supported by the community. They're going to lose everything. And this is what Chud was hoping to. He has nothing to lose. Like D Webb said, man, he's behind his child support. His baby mama's changing his kid's name because she don't want nothing to do with him. He's got all type of felonies and everything else like that. So now, at this point, he has nothing to lose but going after black people and make a couple dollars off of it. Black people have to get serious because these are not isolated incidents. The entire white culture is built on organized systemic violence against black people, right? Against non-whites in general, black people in particular. And the time is coming, the time is fast approaching where you're going to have a lynch mob. It's coming. If it doesn't come within the next couple of years, it's going to be out. So out here soon. Black people, and to the point for organized violence, black people have low racial esteem, right? And I think that because of that lack of organization, we don't have anybody protecting black people. And it's funny because black people face the most violence from hate crimes. You don't see no other people face as many hate crimes as Black people. But yet you have all these other groups. You have the Anti-Defamation League, right? That's all about protecting Jewish people from anti-Semitism. There's no organization set to protect Black people from anything, even though we are the most likely people to be victims of hate crimes. When you point that out, when you point that out, we're gonna say, "Oh, you're just victim blaming." Trigger happy. I would say this, right? And there's a lot more crash outs in Memphis than there are in Nashville. I've been to both cities. In Memphis, he's gonna run into a crash out, crackhead, dope boy, who's probably would just end them just to get a little clout, right? But these people are not organized. There's not no, systemic, principled violence. They would just go after him because they think he's a white dude. He probably has some money. He can score some drugs. Let's get him, right? They would go after him for that. He's going to he's like downtown Nashville, where on a Saturday night, people out with their girl, people hanging out with their friends, just going to see a movie. It's a relaxed atmosphere. He would never go to the rough parts. And everybody knows that you got some rough parts in your city that you wouldn't really go to. He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that. And that's why he chose his targets carefully. He knew who to antagonize and who not to antagonize. The man who attacked, who he hit, who he shot was a veteran who had PTSD. So he chose to mess with the wrong Black man. And I'll go ahead and land my plane there. But thanks for letting me speak.
I appreciate it, Black Steel. Any rebuttals on Black Steel's statements from any of our panelists?
No rebuttal, but I would like to speak again, right?
Please go ahead.
I saw Trigger Happy say he would go to Memphis, and then I hear Black Steel and D Webb say he won't go to Memphis. I'm kind of like he won't go to Memphis. I don't even think it was certain areas in Nashville he wouldn't go to. Like I said, man, you can look it up. When the white prankster, he really went in what they call the hood in Nashville, right? And that white prankster out there pranking like he was going to do something to somebody, and he got killed and got off. The dude that brother pulled his gun out and shot him in the chest right there in Nashville. So he knew he knew where to go and who to mess with. But on that other hand, what Koku said, I agree. I agree with, like, how we let this dude right here can just he can just walk around and say this to Black. Like I said, I only saw one video. I wouldn't share that video because I don't share stuff like that, and I don't look for people like that. He won't get known. He won't get known from me. Somebody told me, somebody sent me the video. He wouldn't get known from me going around calling Black people. When the one I saw, the brothers was at work, and it was like they were holding themselves back because they didn't want to lose their job. So he was searching for fame, and he got famous. I believe it's a grift, but I do think, like, God, man, how much of this do we have to take? Where like I'll give you an example, right? And this is a little different, but it was these Mexicans out here mowing lawns, right? And this Black lady walked by, older Black lady. Yeah, she was like a street person, like a drug addict, but it don't make a difference. It was a Black woman. He stopped blowing and let her get next to him and blew all the dirt and grass up in her face. My son went and turned his backpack blow off. He started screaming, call the police. My son told me, I'm gonna beat your ass, call that Black, she my friend. Call that Black woman back, so you're gonna apologize. But some have to be, and made him apologize. Don't you ever come around here in a black neighborhood and see the thing about it. My son didn't live in that neighborhood. People are comfortable doing. This is why I say I agree with Koku. People are comfortable doing stuff to black people because black people don't do nothing back to nobody but each other for the most part. I'm not saying ain't nobody ever done nothing, but for the most part, people have gotten comfortable. And if my son hadn't been over there, that dude had to be extremely comfortable over there doing that to that black woman in front of people. Well, he can just do that and try to make like he working. We don't, we for the most part, we don't. Yeah, there's areas of shit. I'm from Mississippi. I can say that mother wouldn't go to Greenville, Mississippi, wouldn't go to Chud wouldn't go to Greenville, Mississippi, wouldn't go to Jackson, Mississippi, doing that bullish she was doing. I ain't gonna name no major city like Chicago. He couldn't. He wouldn't have went certain areas in New Orleans and did what he was doing. But then, like you say, then there's some black people out there now that's agreeing with them. So then who are we going to fight? What are we? We are disorganized. And one word folks like to say, we're not a monolith. You're right. If we can't be a monolith on race, that means something. Because everybody else galvanizes around race. Everybody else can gather, even though they might infight and they will have their problems. They galvanize around race. We galvanize searching for differences. And then we follow these buffoons on social media. So if we can't galvanize around, around race, what will we galvanize around? We can't galvanize around race and see what has happened to us in this country and see what they're trying to bring back in this country, right? So the point I'm making, like I can say Black Steel right, D Web right, but Koku is also right. It's a level of truth in everything that all of y'all were saying. It's a level of truth in everything that all of y'all were saying. Of course, he wouldn't go to the south side of Chicago, the west side of Chicago, and do that. Of course, he wouldn't go to Orange Mound in Memphis, Tennessee. Orange Mound in Memphis, Tennessee, and do that. But I don't know the name of that neighborhood, but it's also a neighborhood in Nashville where he wouldn't go do that because white boys found out that you go over there messing around, black folks put a hole in your chest. On that note, I yield the mic.
Appreciate it, Brother Bakari. In the chat, man, we got a lot. Wanted to point this out. D Webb says, Benny Lee, a founder of the Vice Lords, gave a speech recently. They formed because they were running from the swimming pools by white mobs, I guess running away. So they clicked up to fight back. This I had no idea about. If that is true, which again, it's the founder, very interesting. And it says a lot about how things can go AWOL or how things can go left when structure isn't maintained. Because as we know, the Vice Lords now, they're not what initially they were intended for. Jose says, we ain't united anywhere. Well, I mean, Jose, this there's nuances here, but maybe that's for another day. Trigger Happy says, and everyone especially galvanized against our destruction specifically. Well, if you guys don't mind, we're on this topic about being rage baited and also standing up for your race, especially as a man. And it brings us to our fourth Shoot the Breeze topic.
Hold on 1 second, Jack. Before you go there, let me say one last thing, and then I'm going to go back to the chat.
Please.
The one thing that we don't discuss, we'll give a pass to the fellas in the hoods and this, that, and the other. But I remember this now because of what D-Web said about Benny. Was it Benny Lee? Yeah, Benny Lee. I watched a guy. If I'm not mistaken, his name is Melvin Palmer. He is one of the founders of a Crip set out in California. And he said something interesting that I'll never forget. I'll never forget it. He said, when we were doing crimes, right? This is a black man. He said, when we were doing crimes, there was a particular street, let's call it Market Street, right? He said, we kept our crimes below Market Street. because we knew if we went across Market Street and we messed with one of them white folks across there, or some white folk got injured, we know that could be 20 to life. But we kept below Market Street because we might get 3 to 5 years messing around with black folks. So whenever we give or want to give a pass through thought, word, deed, or mission, whatever it is, to the hoods, which, by the way, Chud the Builder claimed at least he's been in some of those hoods that people would call off in Tennessee, right? Melvin Farmer he told us, we don't have smoke for these people. We only have smoke for our people. And I just want to put that out there. My thing is this. You don't have to go and delete Chud the Builder, but just a show of manhood, manliness. A couple of big dudes get together and go down there and check him on that. We won't do it. But if I want to go to certain parts where Webb is from in Chicago, I gotta check in. That's what Bakari was talking about earlier. If I want to go to Compton just to see what Compton look like, I better check in with someone first. Meanwhile, Chud and them ain't gotta check in. Luka Doncic and with the Lakers ain't gotta check in. But as a fellow black person, I gotta go and check in. On that note, I'll leave it to you guys. I'll be in the chat for the rest of the conversations. All right.
Appreciate you, Koku. Oh, man, you had to mention the Lakers, huh? And them getting that broom sweep. I hate to get off topic, but you had to drop the Lakers. I'm not a Laker fan, but man, that was pretty tough to watch for the legacy of LeBron. I don't know if it matters or not to any big LeBron fans, but to me, that hurts just because, it makes the conversation that much more imperative about Jordan versus LeBron as far as legacy. Anyways, as far as this third topic, we dealt a lot with rage bait and also standing up for our race as men. Well, the fourth topic for Shoot the Breeze. All right. Well, give me a moment here to try to see if we can have the Shoot the Breeze, because I think we were at the Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. Let me see if I can get that video for you guys. And it deals with rage bait, and also, is it rage bait that we got to get rid of, but should we also be standing up for our race? This ties a lot into Chud the Destroyer, Cheddar Bob's whole platform about rage baiting black people on the street with racial epithets, but also in your normal everyday life, whether that's microaggressions at work or just straight up disrespect. How many videos have we seen where black people who live in a townhouse, apartment, condo are not being allowed inside and having to prove that they're residents at those residencies? So give me a moment here and we'll have a video that explains that, and also asking the question. Give me a moment here. Or just again, guys, I'm doing this just off of the top. All right, let's see if this. Okay, well, looks like it works. All right, so Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. Is he right or just ignorant? Again, this is a guy explaining that or promoting that we as black men specifically should not be rage baited by racial epithets. But for more on that, let's see here. Do I have? Okay, I think I do have it. Stand by.
I'm sick and tired of seeing black people trying to debate, our humanity. I'm sick and tired of seeing black people trying to debate, our humanity with these demons. Stop putting it up for debate, because it's not up for debate. You'll never see a Jewish person argue with you about, the Holocaust. If you are a Holocaust denier, if you are anything regarding the realm and the giant umbrella of anti-Semitism, they shut it down.
Do you see how you're equating this individual word that doesn't have real meaning unless you to the holy book, to the word?
Every word has meaning, brother.
The word of God compared to a word about slavery, where slavery doesn't exist anymore.
No meaning.
Because they know by having that argument, you are now legitimizing, that person's position. That's what you're doing by arguing. If you're trying to say, hey, we shouldn't, the N-word this, and well, it's different when white person say you're legitimizing the even thought, the idea that these individuals, these demons, should be allowed to say it, or that it's okay, or that why are people, it's just a word and all that. No other group does that, bro. I'm sick and tired of seeing Black people trying to debate, our humanity with these demons. Stop putting it up for debate, because it's not up for debate. You'll never see a Jewish person argue with you about, the Holocaust. If you are a Holocaust denier, if you are anything regarding the realm and the giant umbrella of anti-Semitism, they shut it down.
Do you see how you're equating this individual word that doesn't have real meaning unless you to the holy book, to the word?
Every word has meaning, brother.
The word of God compared to a word about slavery, where slavery doesn't exist anymore.
Because they know by having that argument, you are now legitimizing, that person's position. That's what you're doing by arguing. If you're trying to say, hey, we shouldn't, the N-word this, and well, it's different when white person say you're legitimizing the even thought, the idea that these individuals, these demons, should be allowed to say it, or that it's okay, or that why are people, it's just a word and all that. No other group does that, bro. I'm sick and
All right. Once again, if you're just joining in, we apologize. I apologize on behalf of the Bitter Medicine Podcast and Quasi Radio team. But our stream got cut. So please welcome back on in. It looks like we're back on the mainstream now. YouTube is doing their best to police us, but it's okay. It's okay. Khalid Muhammad said, hold the line, and we're holding on the line. I am Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku here on Shoot the Breeze episode 241. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4, because we left right when number 4 was about to be dropped. Ask, is he right or just ignorant? Again, that video with that gentleman saying we shouldn't be rage baited by any other race, calling us racial epithets, especially this the N-word with the ER. Black Steel, what say you? Is he right or just ignorant?
Man, he's dumb as shit, man. Let's be honest, bro. Nobody, let me say this, right? Black people are human, right? We are human beings. There exists a concept such as fighting words, right? So if I was to see a man walking down the street and I was to say, man, your wife sucked my dick last night, right? That would probably provoke him to a rage. If he says about somebody's daughter or somebody's mother, or, we understand that fighting words exist within society, right? And that's something that is a well-known concept. So, it says, and we talk about it. So to say that Black people should just ignore racial slurs, or we shouldn't let those slurs get under our skin, is just, in a way, it's just downright dehumanizing. Is what it is, because again, he says that Jewish people don't read. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They just fight back differently. They fight back with lawyers, right? There's a whole country out there called Israel, right? I don't know if y'all heard of this country, right? This whole country has an intelligence asset called the Mossad that kills people or blackmails people. So to make it seem like their warfare is just on a higher level, because Black people lack power, right? And this is really what this whole conversation revolves around. Black people's lack of power, and power to protect ourselves from our enemies and to harm those who wish to harm us. This is the problem. We lack power. So the reason why we don't hear those slurs, there's plenty of slurs for Asian people, plenty of slurs. But the reason that we don't have white people going through Chinatown and calling, all type of Chinese people names or whatnot, is because China has power, right? They have a way to sanction and punish their enemies as a people. That is not something that African Americans or even Black people in general has the ability to. We just don't have that. So I think it's the whole idea that we should just ignore the slurs and let it go, because it doesn't stop at slurs, right? Slurs is where it starts. That's where it begins. And then from there, it goes to the harassment, the murder, the genocide of our people. It starts with slurs. We should not be okay with that. We should not be accepting of that. And we understand how fighting words work. These words are not protected. They said, okay, so look, in U.S. constitutional law, fighting words are a specific category of speech not protected by the First Amendment. This doctrine applies only to the speech directly aimed at an individual that is highly likely to provoke an immediate physical retaliation from the person hearing it. Okay? So the idea that Black people should just ignore slurs, they're protected by the First Amendment is just blatantly false. It's just blatantly false. So I'll leave it there. I'll let this person speak. Thank you.
I appreciate it, Black Steel. Man, strong stance, and I mean it's warranted. Your strong stance. Again, I am Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku here on Shoot the Breeze, episode 241 on the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Welcome back, guys. Again, if you're just tuning in again, the first stream there was two things that happened. Number one, I guess you could call it shadow ban, but it was just limited to a tablet and mobile stream, and then they cut the stream. Again, apparently, maybe somebody at YouTube is friends or a big supporter of Chud the Destroyer. Maybe I shouldn't even say this name so much, huh? Maybe that's what's triggering YouTube to cut streams. But nonetheless, we're back. Khalid Muhammad said, hold the line. We're holding the line, and holding the line is what we're going to continue to do. Buana joins us again in the panel. Thank you for coming back, Buana. We are sending out alerts as much as possible to let you guys out there know. But Buana, what say you? Is he right based on the video? Hopefully you got to watch it. Should we be triggered as Black men by racial epithets, or is he just ignorant?
No, I think he's just ignorant. Black Steel earlier, he quoted Professor Derek Bell, Faces at the Bottom of the Well. He quoted Derek Bell saying that racism is a permanent condition. And I would only add to that, so is ignorance, especially with human beings. It's a permanent condition. And there are some people, despite the fact that you could debate with them under the table in terms of the word and meaning of the word and the N-word, and try to get them to understand why certain groups shouldn't use those terms. They will continue either with the word itself or with the behavior against the people who they deem as that word. So I think for me, there's some conversations I just don't have anymore. And I think that the gentleman is right. You shouldn't be debating your humanity with people who are want to hop on the question whether your humanity is relevant or not. Everyone understands where that term comes from, especially non-white people who wants to use that word in a ridiculous way. Now, some may justify and say, well, Black people use the word all the time. Well, like I say, just as racism is a permanent condition, so is ignorance. So is ignorance. And I don't like to sit around and arguing with ignorance all day. And I don't want to sit around debating whether my humanity is valid or not all day. And the guy used a pair with the Jews. We put Palestinians and Jews in a room. Sometimes they didn't want to have a discussion about certain things. They just walk away from one another because either it's going to lead to a severe fight, or they're never going to come to any kind of agreement or conclusion on a particular thing. And I think that even though this guy, he looks like he's a Black guy, by the way, I just don't have certain conversations anymore, whether they are ignorant or whether they are racialized on a certain. See, if a person like Chad DeBilla was walking around saying the N-word, I would just walk straight past him. I would just walk straight past him. Because me personally, I have a particular goal that I want to meet out. And I think that Black people should get an agenda as well. The issue for some brothers, the issue is the utterances or words being demeaning and things like that. Me personally, it's to deconstruct the system itself, the institution that creates people to say these words. So I have a bigger goal and a bigger purpose in mind. I don't want to fight you on a street level. I want to fight you on an institutional level. I want to fight you on a human level. I want to deconstruct the whole system itself. And I'm not going to do that having debates or having these street side arguments where we get nothing actually accomplished or done. The goal should be bigger for Black people. For me, and this is my thinking at this particular point in time. The goal of a gang member is not to fight or try to unalive Chud the Builder. It's to stop being the gang member first and foremost. To stop being a gang member, to stop practicing criminality in his neighborhood, to try to be something effective in his community as opposed to being a gang member. That's the first thing he should try to decide to do. Not to find this guy, to check this guy, and to reference this guy and say, well, you should stop saying the word N-word. No. The goal is to stop being aggressive and practice niggerisms against the people who look like you within your own neighborhood. So, like I say, this, for me, I think it is just ignorance. It is just ignorance, and there's certain conversations you should just tap out of, I believe. But I'll leave it there.
I appreciate it, Buana. Once again, welcome back to the mainstream, I believe. Here, Shoot the Breeze episode 241 on the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku. We had the first stream cut, but we still got to keep things going. The show doesn't stop. D Webb, thank you for coming back as a panelist. What say you based on what you've heard? Is he right, or that gentleman just ignorant?
Unfortunately, I didn't catch the video. I just got back in. I did hear the comments, and I kind of get the gist of what's going on. So just on the strength of that, nobody should accept being disrespected, whether it be racial slurs, whether it be slurs in general. No, as a grown-ass man, we should not be subject to be just having to accept being called anything outside of our name, our God-given name. At the same time, we do live in this age of where virality, where paid engagement does exist now, where just in general we have people that may think they have a grasp of the law. And I used to say this all the time. I say, like, bro, like you can't go to the court of law and argue a nigga defense, right? There's no such thing as a nigga defense in the court of law. So if somebody comes with you with slurs and you're gonna want to take it there, just realize, if you take it there, you're gonna have to deal with whatever comes afterwards. I'm not saying do or don't, right? Just realize that it's a bigger scope into that. But particularly, we just got to recognize when we're being baited, right? If it's just some crazy person talking crazy to us, and as a man, there's no cameras running around, you want to handle your business. But we kind of gotta realize we in this new age where people are trying, you said earlier about the Chud thing, you got these copycatters now, things of that nature. We gotta be cognizant of that, and don't even talk to these cats, because that's what they're trying to get, right? It's not a very interesting stream if everybody is walking away from you, right? I want to say it was the street interview I seen. I think it might have been in Japan or China or something. It was a black dude, and every time trying to walk, like, people just like walking away, ignoring him. All these older Asian people was like, nah, I ain't talking to you. We kind of got to sometimes practice that shit. When you see somebody with a camera or somebody with an agenda or whatever, nah, keep it pushing, though. I ain't got nothing to say to you. I'm not going to be the entertainment for you. So just be cognizant, just be a little smart on how we move. Not saying don't handle your business, because I am a advocate of meeting ignorance with ignorance when it's called for, right? But we got to be cognizant and move the way we got to move these days, because you got a lot of fucking mentally ill people trying to go viral and don't want to work, and they're trying to get some money about you in the rise. So that's all I got, bro.
I appreciate it, D Webb. In the chat, what we have is Trigger Happy says, yeah, we should never debate the legitimacy of what was accosted to us. True indeed. And Cheryl, what's going on, Cheryl? Welcome. Man, thank you for being patient. I don't know if you got a chance to see the first stream, but for this second stream, I appreciate it. She adds, Myron Gaines is a buffoon. I don't know if this is Myron Gaines or you're just saying Myron Gaines. I don't know if this guy is Myron Gaines, but nonetheless, yeah, Myron Gaines is these guys, man. Myron, Charleston White, what D Webb, to add to what D Webb was saying, and Buana and Black Steels, we are in the age now where, because social media has monetized content creators. That's not bad. But there are some among us that will do anything for money. Anything that doesn't have them go to a job or work for themselves. I say that in the context like, there's enough of us that live in cities here in the United States where the only options is either start your own business, like a car detailing business, become a mechanic, become a personal trainer, or go work at Amazon. And then there's nothing wrong with, warehouse work. But there's some of us that say, no, and I'm going to literally sell myself out in a racial context to get money. And it's pretty sad. I never thought that somebody like Charleston or Myron would be paid attention to. I grew up knowing and watching that the crazy guy on the street corner, you stayed away from. You didn't even pay attention to what that person was saying, whether they were reading the Bible or whether they were just talking about conspiracy theories. That guy screaming on the corner, you never paid attention to. Now, that person, same person, has a podcast or has a streamcast, and thousands and thousands of people are paying attention to, and we give sometimes that attention. I don't know. I just never thought that I would live to see that person on the street corner being as crazy as can be given a platform to be somewhat taken seriously. Trigger Happy adds, Myron Gaines is Sudanese from what I understand. And he adds, dude does look like Myron. For all my guys in the panel, my question is, okay, Juana, you stated that, you will just walk away. Should I don't even know if we can say his name because they possibly ended the stream, but that white boy from Tennessee saying racial epithets, at what point does it become a concern of yours then, to where you have to say, hey, what's up? Because if this is what you want, what do they say? Poking the bear? You've poked me enough times. What you want to do? And I ask that just because, my stepfather, he's South Sudanese, and he said that he almost got, not almost, but he was almost in a difficult situation when he first came to America. He worked at a meat processing factory, and one of the employees was constantly telling him while flicking meat. Imagine flicking meat at him. Go back to your country. Why are you here? This is the early 90s, I think 1992, 1993. And one day, my stepfather blacked out and jumped at him. And other African immigrants had to hold him back. Well, the next day, they found out what was going on, and they fired that guy. But nonetheless, again, you can ignore, right, and not get, quote-unquote, triggered. But at what point does it come to a point where you, especially as a black man, have to say, hey, enough is enough? Again, anybody on the panel can answer this.
So for me, if I'm with one of my children, my mother, my lady, and then I got to step to you, right? I can deal with a lot, I've realized I have a lot to lose. I didn't involve in some dumb stuff, right? You got a lot to lose. However, when it comes to protecting my loved ones, then all bets are off. So that when I feel the need to be protective of my people I love, that's when I gotta step to you. Because if I can walk away, I can ignore you. But my children, my mom, my girl, nah, I'm not gonna let them be put in harm's way. And I'm not gonna be a coward either. So for them, I would lay down my life. But that's just my thoughts when it comes to protecting my loved ones. Is when it's time. When it's go time.
I have watched the President of the United States. He has targeted specific Black communities, in particular Somalia, in the Somalian American community. He is not only calling them criminals and fraudsters, but he's called them many other things. Now, he is the leader of the country. So not only that, he's went a step further. He's accused a representative of Congress, Ilhan Omar, of many different things, made various different claims about her. And there was a guy, when she was giving a speech in Minnesota, who attacked her. Now, Ilhan Omar has protection, because it gets to a point to where it gets dangerous. The rhetoric gets dangerous. But the Somali community, it seems, in Minnesota, they are very quiet in the response to how they will respond to any lone wolves coming up to Minnesota and trying to mete out the president's agenda against that community. But if situations become dangerous, I think that the community needs to collectively come together and decide what they're gonna do when it gets dangerous. I am really curious about how what the response is by the Somali community in Minnesota, because I've not heard any lone wolves going up there and trying them, even with the dangerous rhetoric that the president himself has said against not only one of their representatives but the community in general. I've not necessarily heard from them, but I'm sure they protected themselves in a very insular way. They've been very, very quiet, but that the community will survive. They'll exist, and they'll continue to grow in terms of business within that community. They'll survive President Trump, even though his rhetoric has been extremely dangerous. But if it gets to a point to where they will have to have some meted out response, they only can do what they can do. They're not the military. They're not the police office. Some of them are police officers in Minnesota, but they're not to the level where there'll be. I'm sure there'll be a communal response. But I'm sure they'll seek ways in trying to protect themselves if it gets to that point to where it gets dangerous. But as far as them responding in words, you don't hear the Somali community going word for word when the president says that these guys are fraudsters, con artists. They come to this country from shithole places and different. You don't hear any responsive rhetoric from them. They just continue to build quietly. And I'm very curious about how they are actually going about it, because the community, the businesses have not been shut down in Minnesota. They're still going about their daily business and doing what they need to do, and they're gonna eventually take over that city in a minute.
Well,
because
Bwana,
the war. Sorry, guy, Black. Let me just finish. The
no, go
war
ahead. I'm sorry. I
sometimes
thought you were done.
the war sometimes is not only fought in fisticuffs or bullet by bullet. Sometimes the war is fought economically. So they doing it what they need to do in Minnesota. So we'll see. Go ahead, Black Steel. I'm sorry for interrupting you, bro.
I was just wanted to add that there was a whole thing about how the Somalian daycare centers were committing fraud or something like that. So now you got these streamers, these online clowns again, trying to get into the daycare centers to check to make sure there are actually children in there. So this is like to your point, yeah, the Somali community hasn't really responded, but Trump is type of person. He definitely is a stochastic terrorism. He likes to say inflammatory things to get other people to do his dirty work. So now again, you have the online dudes going around and saying they want to do a welfare check on the kids, knowing damn well you're not going to let anybody in with a room full of children to do a quote unquote welfare check, and you're not licensed with the state. So they are doing that. They may not be responding a different way, but the government is definitely investigating them. They're starting out small. They're poking their defenses to see what they can do to legally get rid of them, because this Republican system wants they want to make the United States a white Christian nation.
Question: have any of y'all actually build with the Somali community? Have y'all been to Minnesota or Minneapolis before?
I've never been.
I can't say that I have either.
So my uncle lived up there, right? I've been up there a few times. And like I said, no disrespect to anybody. At the end of the day, I'm a Pan-African, but they weren't very welcoming. I keep it a beam with you, dog. That's why kind of hearing this is kind of, it was interesting to me to hear that, because Ilhan Omar is married to a white dude, right? And if you ever been up there, if you feel free to travel up to Minneapolis and say they're very like within their own community, bro. It's not much building between the black people. You have a lot of black people too that move to Minnesota because it's easier to get Section 8, right? So a lot of people go from Chicago to Minnesota. There's a lot of transplants. That's why another reason I've been up there a few times. But they don't really fuck with us, man. Like, I ain't even gonna lie to you, as like there's no like building of the community. I don't wish no bad upon nobody's community, especially with this administration or whatever. But it's like there's no bridge building that I've seen up there between like the black people here and like the Somali community there. So that's why I was asked that question specifically. You know what I'm saying? That's why you see a Myron Gaines who's more so trying to appeal to the white people, because it's almost like that's been taught, you know what I mean? And I'm not sure it's Nipsey. I think Nipsey might have been. I'm not sure if his background was Somali. I could be wrong on that. You know, he's one of the few I've seen to actually like build and with the community where he was in and there and stuff like that. So I just wanted to know what y'all experience was with that. But I didn't get welcome to with open arms up there. But that's all.
But D-Web, I have a question, brother. See, in the United States, the United States is a Christian nation by and large, right? And the Somali community are mainly Muslim, and usually, and not only they're Christian, they have a battery in their back for Muslims, especially after 9/11. So the Christian community are somewhat very hostile to Muslims, and that would cause any Muslim community to not necessarily be open-handed to any Christians, right? Whether they black or white, they would be very suspicious. Let's put it like that. So that may be one of the reasons, and I don't know if your uncle was a Muslim or not, by the way. That may be one of the reasons why they were not so, I guess, open-handed to your uncle in terms of him going and trying to establish himself. Because the black community, whether they in New York, Chicago, whatever, they still Christians. And the Somalis may not necessarily draw lines on color, they draw lines based on religion. So that may be, and I'm not saying for certain like certainty, but that may be one of the reasons why he may have not been so much embraced, because they don't really draw the lines up on terms of color as opposed to religion itself.
And that could be a problem, though. You see how that can kind of be a problem as well. You feel me? And I've been to Muslim countries. You feel me? And I've been, you know, treated a little bit better myself in terms of that. But like I said, I don't know the ins and outs of why it was, but they are very much within their own. They really only fuck with their own, which I think is kind of crazy. When you're in a different land, you think you would want to build with the melanated people there. Maybe not. Maybe it's more, maybe the history of Somalia makes you apprehensive. I don't know what the answer is, but I just know I felt that energy that like, we ain't fucking with you. You know what I mean? So.
Man, interesting topic at hand. Before we get into our new panelists that will join the chat, some of the comments here, the Somali angle that D-Web brought up. Well, actually, that the entire panelists brought up, but that D-Web dove deeper and sparked engagement into the chat. I don't even know where to start. Well, Black Steel says, not as much as these white nationalists want. They want Sharia law, but with the Christianity instead of Islam. Trigger Happy says, Somalis, to be fair, have a history of Pan-Africanism. Some would argue their troll types are an internet type. Some would argue it's not an internet thing. Cheryl adds, so Somalis fuck with the NOI as a Nation of Islam? I don't think so. Some would even ask, is the NOI even, Pan-Africanist organization, Cheryl? Some would even question that. Again, this is
the Orthodox Muslims don't see the NOI as an Islamic religion. They see that as a ram. So even if they call it Nation of Islam, they still would mess with them, because they look at the Nation of Islam as something that is outside the realms of Islam itself, even though they call themselves the Nation of Islam. So,
but
the Nation of Islam is not Pan-Africanist, because they glaze Gaddafi, and they glaze a lot of Arabs. They don't do no pushback on what's going on in North Africa. No, they're not Pan-African.
All right. Before we get into our panel, new panelists, thank you guys for coming back to the new stream. The first stream was cut. Also, it was shadow banned, just available on the tablet or your phone stream. But nonetheless, we're still here. I'm Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku here on Shoot the Breeze episode 241. Thank you guys, each and every one of you guys, the viewers, the panelists, and everybody else that might be just having this playing in the background. We thank you guys because realistically, we do it for you guys. Kofi, welcome to Shoot the Breeze episode 241. Hope you're doing well. How are you? And also, did you get a chance to hear the video that is playing at silence in our background?
Oh no, I did not, but I do look at the Amazing Lucas, so it's probably something that I did see before. I'm trying to join the panel in and out, just real busy tonight. What really sparked me to call in is Wanda's on point about about the Somali community, and it's a Somali community have solidarity with African Americans, and the opposition always likes to paint people that they don't like with a broad brush. Oh, Myron Gaines. Okay, so you're representative for all Somalis. Yeah, Myron Gaines. It's an idiotic thing to do. I mean, I've seen during the whole George Floyd protest, there was Somalis. I saw it was probably like a TikTok or Instagram. There was Somalis protesting, what I'm saying, with George Floyd, for George Floyd, for the injustice that happened to George Floyd, but Derek Chauvin did to that. But no one's gonna shed light to that because solidarity and happiness and Black people come together. That doesn't give clicks. That don't get likes. So who cares about that? And one thing Bwana did say that it could be, after 9/11, because remember, just so those Somalis there, from my understanding, these aren't like first generation Somalis. These are like second, third generation Somalis that's been there for a while. So I'm in the IT industry, so I work with some Muslims, right? One of my coworkers, he told me here in New York about when 9/11 happened, he was going to high school and how he was just terrorized in his high school to the point where he had to leave regular public school and go to a Muslim school. And they had to, and they were getting picked on. They taught them self-defense, a form of martial art. He said, I had to, they were teaching us how to defend ourselves because we were just being picked on for just being Muslim. I'll never forget the story. I had a friend, she told me a story. She was with her other friends, Trinidadian girls, with Indian Trinidadian girl. They just ride in the train. And some white guy came on the train and was like, oh, I can't fucking stand you fucking Muslims, looking at her. He's like, I'm not Muslim, number one. Number two, I'm fucking Trinidadian. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of ignorant people believe this stuff. I'm not trying to, downplay it. I'm sorry, the brother that spoke about his experience going over there with, visiting this. I'm not trying to downplay your experience. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just saying, it's a broader picture than our own individual experiences. So, we also have to understand who benefits from Black people fighting and dividing ourselves. It ain't white people. You know what I'm saying? So, you can't bond, you can't find solidarity with a particular group of Black people. Fine, let them go. You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't speak for the rest of those groups of people. That's pretty much it.
I appreciate you, Kofi. I appreciate each and every one of you panelists, man. Thank you guys for coming back. Our second stream was cut. If you're just joining in, our first stream was cut. So I appreciate each and every one of you guys that are coming back. Hit the like button on this second stream. It helps for the algorithm. It helps for those that might not be aware that we're back on. But yes, I am Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku on Shoot the Breeze episode 241 on the Bitter Medicine podcast. The fourth topic, yes, we were at topic number 4. I was introducing it before the first stream got cut. It's went into so many different ways. Let's read some of these comments here. Trigger Happy says, yeah, just as most black immigrants will come to America to assimilate, most of black America is trying to assimilate. So it's really a dead end. Trigger Happy, whoo, it's in his name. He's always being trigger happy, with a comment like that. Most of black America trying to assimilate. Let's see if people agree. Cheryl says, doesn't make it right. That's what happens when you have I'm not going to attempt to pronounce that word, Cheryl. Maybe just maybe you have a reading level that is far beyond mine. For them so long, it makes sense. She also says earlier, this isn't a battle to see who's more Pan-African. The point is that people ain't coming over here to unite based on anything, religion or Pan-Africanism. They come for the American dream, period. And to add more context to that, as well as the topic at hand, is this guy right about racial rage baiting, or is he just ignorant? We welcome Amma as a panel. Thank you, Amma, for coming on to the Shoot the Breeze episode 241. Also coming to the second stream after the first stream was cut. Not sure if you were on the first one. How are you? And what say you?
Yeah, hi everyone. So yeah, like I would say to the question that was asked about are Black Americans Pan-African, I don't even think that's a question. I'm sure most of them are not. Most of them are Christian conservative. They follow what they're in proximity to, which makes sense because they've been in proximity to YT people for how long? 400 years. It makes sense that they're not going to, majority of them are not going to be Pan-African. It only makes sense. I'm not saying it's right, but when you have that much struggle in that, to me, like I'm Black American, but to me, there are a lot of things that that I understand about the civil rights movement. I understand why they did what they did, but when you look back in retrospect, it's like, okay, but you're fighting for integration at the end of the day. And you can say that looking back, but in that moment, people are literally just like how like not even 100 years out of slavery. You got to remember that. So a lot of people are still they're still severely psychologically connected to white people. They're so connected. But when you come over from another country, it's different. It's different, but it's similar. It's different in the sense that you're not in proximity to white people, but you have white religion. You still have neo-colonialism. But when you are in proximity to white people, I don't even think that should even be a question. Are Black Americans more Pan-African? Of course they're not. Of course they're not. Look at our conditions. I mean, come on. Of course not.
I just want to push back on one thing, Charles. I agree with you 100%. But my pet peeve when people say that the civil rights was only about integration, that's absolutely wrong. Civil rights was about taxation without representation. Civil rights was about they are even though it says in the Constitution that you're American and you or have all the inalienable rights of American, that wasn't being held to the same status and caliber as Black Americans. So it was about integration, but it was about integrating Black people legally as Americans, because this is where we live. This is where we live nationally. So they have to represent us and support us. You know what I'm saying? So that's my only pushback.
I got you on that. But some people would argue, and the only reason I said that is because some people would argue that we had better lives before the civil rights movement, back when we had our, own towns, or the thing, the Tulsa, Oklahoma, Roseville, all that. Some people will argue against that, and that's the reason I say that. I'm not saying it because I believe it, but I'm trying to look at different perspectives, because everybody didn't even believe in the civil rights movement. Everybody wasn't even with Martin Luther King. You got to remember that. A lot of people weren't even with him like that.
That's
So
true. That's very true.
that's what I mean. Like some Black people did not want to integrate with white people. They didn't want all that. They didn't care about the taxes. They didn't care about none of that. They just wanted to have their own everything, which they had their own everything. So I mean, it just depends on your perspective, really. It's not like, okay, you're wrong and I'm right, but it's just like depending on where you stand.
You know what, Alma? I've heard that argument before. Okay, I've heard that argument before that uh, prior to the civil rights movement, we had our own black towns and things of that nature. Black Americans had their own towns and that. But my only pushback to that ideal is a segregated town is different from a separate town. They're two different things. A segregated town is you have the town itself, and it may be run and controlled by black people,
I
but
like that, Buana. I like that. I love that.
yeah, yeah, but you're paying taxes to a state or a government, and you're not being properly represented in terms of education. You're not getting the quality books. You see, you get books from 1865 instead of 1965. You ain't getting proper medical care and treatment. You ain't getting the medications you need to support these towns to exist. The policing is not necessarily insular. The policing is people coming from out that town to police white, European, Caucasian police officers coming from out that town to police your black town. So they never really discussed the nuances of a segregated town and a separate town. A separate town may be different. They may be divided, but you are getting the same representation. And that's sometimes I
Yeah.
don't hear that engagement in the dialogue itself.
In terms of the medical part, but do believe they did have their, in terms of how they got taxed, you're absolutely right on that. But in terms of the medical part, yeah, they definitely had their own medical institutions and their own, like all of
Was
them.
it the
They,
equivalent of a white
hold on,
enclave?
hold on,
Sorry,
hold, hold
sorry,
on,
guys. Sorry,
hold on. Okay, so this is going to get me back, and I'm gonna come back around to that because you said that the black students in the black towns weren't getting adequate books for education. Now, I want to ask you, what kind of education? What education are you searching for?
Now,
Are they?
okay.
Are we talking about? Are we talking about? You see what I'm
I,
trying to
I'm
get at?
I'm 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 talking about maths. I'm talking about sciences. I'm
Whose
talking about
education?
things that you could create your own MIT. These kinds of the dated books, because I've heard the discussions where the complaint back in the day were a lot of the textbooks they were getting were dated. They were old fashioned books and things like that, not up to the level of things you needed in terms of the development of any community, society, whatever have you. It was not the equivalent of the white enclaves that existed. So you see, what happens is you either
So,
stagnate
okay.
or go back. Go ahead,
Okay,
sister. Go
but
ahead.
what are the what? Okay, what was the purpose of placing children in a school for 8 hours a day? What was the purpose of that?
The purpose of them was to, the purpose of any school is when you educate a child, the child is able to come out of that institution and forward their community and to help develop in the community itself,
That's
make
not
it
the
a better.
reason. That's not
Well,
the
that's
reason
the
why
reason for
schools
any
came
school,
about. Okay,
huh?
so the history of why schools became a thing, why, the 8 hour system that we have today. The reason for that, the reason that was instituted was because it had something to do with industrialization. So when they started outsourcing jobs and all the industrial jobs started going elsewhere, they started putting in the education system. So in other words, before your 8 hour a day class, I call it a giant daycare. Before that, you had people that were actually learning trades and skills, people working in factories. You had a lot of like different stuff going on during that time. It wasn't just about, oh, go to school, learn this or that. When you was going to school back then, you're not learning about no hard sciences. You wasn't learning about no MIT. You wasn't learning about any of that unless you had like a specialized school. Like, but an average school in America was not. They wasn't learning no MIT and none of that. It wasn't doing that. Um, so that's literally the reason it came about. Like if it wasn't for industrialization, we still was doing, if we were still like, if we still have factories and all that stuff, we wouldn't even have an 8 hour day work. I mean, the school day. It's just very convenient because now parents got to go to work 8 hours a day. They got to do these things. They don't have a community. We don't have community the way that we used to. It's very convenient to have an 8 hour a day school time, and it's convenient. It's not just for that. There's a history behind that, and I just want everybody to just like really understand that. And that's what it was meant for.
All right. In the chat, Trigger Happy says segregated means internal colonialism and separation equals liberation. Yeah. Well, D. Webb also adds the apprentice system prior to the Rockefeller school system designed to create factory workers. The rabbit hole could be a whole show. Well, is there any other remarks about the topic at hand?
I would like to add something. Booker T. Washington. Booker T. Washington system was where Booker T. was trying to train school children, to have a hands-on approach in terms of building and creating industry, farming, and things of that nature. Is that what you were referring to, Alma? When you say that the school system was different and the training was different in terms of, I guess, what whites was taught and how they were educated and how blacks were educated. Is that what you was referring to? I just wanted to be clear.
I think the main takeaway is that, okay, like the way people put everything on education today and going to college, you got to go to college, otherwise you can't get a job. Where all of these jobs are like not even allowing you to, all of these places aren't even allowing you to get a job unless you have a bachelor's, and you can have a bachelor's in anything. It doesn't even have to be related to the field that you're going into, and you'll still get in over another person if you have a bachelor's or a master's versus somebody who has an associate's. Whereas back then, you can get by on a trade. You can have a really good trade, and that's what was propped up back then. Nowadays, people on the street, if you talk to your average person, they're like, oh, you ain't gotta. People think that they're not smart if they don't got a bachelor's degree. Like literally, like this is how people been engineered nowadays. Like if you go get a trade, people are like, oh, but what you gonna do with that? Like when trades are really good to have. If you want to go to college, that's fine. Go into to engineering, hard science, or whatever. But you got a lot of people going. You got a lot of kids going into college. They don't even know they're doing liberal arts. They're doing English as maybe, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's just that's propped up. That's what is like the focal point right now, instead of like a hard trade where you actually have a skill and you can do something. That it's I'm just saying things have changed. People's mindsets have changed since then. And people's values have changed. And you can see in what they value in what type of jobs people can get.
Oh, to add to that too, sorry to chime in, but even if you look at like if you're talking about repatriation, like the things that they need a lot of times in Africa is like it's this white, but I never forget this white dude. He's an MMA fighter. He's literally going around parts of Africa building wells, like so they can have drinking water and shit like that, right? So if you look at it in totality, a lot of times that it's great. I'm not knocking anybody that wants to go to college, get an education or whatever, right? But a lot of times from a practical standpoint, when you're talking like nation building and like uplifting nations and to get on the level of America was an industrialized nation. That's how they got to where they at. They were building fucking bombs and shit, right? They were propping up factories and people were getting their hands dirty. China now is producing a lot of the materials and things of that nature. That's how they got to where they're at right now. So I think it should be more of a premium put on practical type of deals where we're talking trades and stuff like that. That may be more valuable, particularly if you want to get out of this place, which I'm kind of like looking at modern society in this melting pot that's failing. They will need people to build stuff, to be able to engineer stuff and things of that nature. So unless you're going to school for like an engineering degree, you're going to school to be a medical doctor. But if you're going for like a bachelor's in business administration or some shit, to me, it's like, how much is that really needed, right? But that's just kind of my 2 cents.
Me personally, I agree with that. I am a huge advocate of trade schools. I'm a huge advocate of trade school, but I also am a huge advocate of the sciences and technology and things of that nature. But you don't necessarily need to go to college or university to do that. You can get certifications in this day and time to get these kinds of things. But your guys are absolutely right. You do need to know how to make things. You do need to, matter of fact, not only that, you do need to know how to maintain the things you make. And there are people who are willing to pay you hundreds of thousands of dollars to do this. The funerary arts, people don't understand people die every day. This is a skill and trade that people make almost become millionaires in. You know what I mean? And you don't necessarily need to go to a formal university to learn what feminist theory, to learn how to embalm a dead body and put them under the ground. So, and these are some of the things that I believe that our community needs heavily. How to build a house. And I think that your guys are absolutely right. These things they should have been kept up with. Brother Bakari's son just graduated. I think he's trying to do law, but I think that the trades and trade skills, I think that these are some of the things it should be a heavy investment within our community. But when you tie it to a person who was able to go online and get 300,000 subscribers, and he is able to make $200,000 a year, sitting down just talking shit. I mean, what do you think people are gonna do? I mean, like Amma was saying, people tastes, people motivations of change, and their ideas of quote unquote getting into the bag is a little bit different now. We living in a different time, and it's an unfortunate thing, man.
But you know what's crazy, boy? Like, did you say that real quick, bro? It is people making millions of dollars. Like, I ain't gonna say millions. They're making a lot of money just doing DIY videos, showing people how to change oil.
That's
showing
very
people
true.
How to
Yes,
build
that's
stuff,
absolutely
fix
true.
things in their house.
That's
So it is a
absolutely
market
true.
for that, even online. So yeah.
Yeah.
And
I watched this
also,
guy called Rob Rebuilds, and he's a person, he just rebuilds like broken down cars and shit like that, Teslas and shit like that. And he has like a million plus audience. So I'm sure that guy is making a big bag. So you're right, but do we have an interest in investing and watching DIY videos? I know I like them, but does our community like it? I don't know. But you are absolutely right. You could have videos and DIY videos showing people how to do certain things around the home and make millions of dollars from that. You are absolutely right.
so also one more thing. I think people also like with all of that y'all just said, like we need all of that, and also we need people who are good with history, and we need a healthy amount of um like okay, I'll start with the history part because there's a lot of I think they're getting at grade school kids too now with this, with the bulk of history, the history that they're being taught is like feminist perspectives. It's not even real history. It's just like it's not real. Like they're not even learning. Like they give them this half-ass history. They don't even teach them the whole history. We need like real African studies, African history. We need some psychologists sprinkled in there because like we got all these, we want to have all of these people that can do all of these hard sciences, and we want to have people that can do the trades, but we also want them with the right mindset. So we need them to understand their own history. So that's important too. And because the history departments in colleges, they are flooded with them other people, and they are flooded with feminist perspectives, and that's what they shove down, especially with black studies. The black studies in colleges is being overtaken by the Rainbow Coalition. Is really bad. It's extremely bad. So we need some real people that's going to break it down and not try to do this intersectionalism and people that can actually teach. If you know your history, you know Black history, that's where we need you too.
All right, in the chat, we have Trigger Happy says the importance in the arts and science always have a middle ground or fusion. Building the house is important, but the cultural design is important too. You know what else is important? We had a poll, and you guys participated in the poll. The poll asked, how much of Black America is Pan-African? And 5 to 10% actually. Well, there was 3 different votes. It was either 5 to 10%, over 10%, over 10%, or under 1%. And the one that won was 5 to 10%, 63% of the vote. So with Black America being that Pan-Africanism, do we see it? These are the questions that we can ask. Where do we see it? I know that here in Omaha, Nebraska, through the organization that I represent, that I'll talk about later, we try to show it as much as possible. So maybe some of you guys can highlight different ways where you guys are at in the United States on where Pan-Africanism is showing. Trigger Happy also adds, like, our cultural symbols have to be back in effect strongly. It said that fractals have a strong psychology effect and are actually soothing. Trigger Happy, man, always intellectually deep, not just inflammatory with his triggering comments. If we don't have anything else as far as for this topic, we got a little bit off topic with Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. We'll go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. We might do a 6 if you guys are up for it, but we'll go to number 5. And it deals with us, and it deals with something not so well. We've been dealing with alarming topics at hand, and this one is pretty alarming to say the least. So it asks, would you stay or would you go? We go to Twitter X for a video on this topic. Again, Shoot the Breeze topic number 5, would you stay, would you go? I'm Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku here on Shoot the Breeze 241. Thank you guys for coming back to the second stream. The first stream was cut, so I thank each and every one of you viewers, or if you're just listening in the background, and then also our panelists. Well, before I show you guys the video, for those that may not know, South Africa is in a pretty interesting state, socially and politically. Well, socially on the ground, cities like Johannesburg, Durban, and Pretoria, Black South Africans are demanding that Black immigrants from other African countries leave, and leave immediately. Recently, videos have surfaced saying that Black South Africans have given a date to other African immigrants, and that date is June 30th, 2026, to leave the country or suffer the consequences. These xenophobic attacks are not new, but now in 2026, for the world to see in 4K, is pretty alarming to say the least. Let's go to the video at hand, and we'll get into our panelists' thoughts, so stand by.
Where are you from? Where?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Yes. So what are you doing here? Because we've been calling for you guys to leave the country. Why are you still here?
I was going to school for children.
No, my friend. No. Please respect what we are saying, and don't try and oppose what we are doing. Don't listen to the government. Don't listen to the police. Don't listen to anyone. Just listen to us. We are saying this peacefully. Please go to your country. 30 June is the deadline, but it's not like you must leave on the 30th of June.
Yes.
Don't leave on the 30th of June. Leave now, because the 30th of June, I can't control people of South Africa. All right, let's do the right thing. Respect our country, respect us. No, wait.
You sit down here.
Yeah. What were you doing here?
No, I have a business here, so I'll go to school here. So they're going to have a trip, so I'll go to get some good.
So who's this?
This is a boy, I know he's staying here.
Yeah, so why is he running away? Why are you running away? Why?
Oh, I'm scared.
Do you know we started do you know what we started this thing in January, and we've been asking you guys to leave the country because we want to sort out our things in town. Why are you still staying in town? Right. Because we've been begging for 6 months. We've been begging you guys to leave South Africa. Why are you still here? And then when you see us, you are running. So you are running. Where are you coming from? Uganda. So as you were running to Uganda. Where were you running to? Don't do this. You understand? The fight is not about you. Yeah. The fight is about correcting the systems and fixing our country. So we don't want to have a problem with you. Just please go. Yes, ma'am. Yes. And what are you doing in town? Just cooking food. Phones. Cooking food. No, you can't leave your country to come and cook food here. It's not right. Constitutionally, you can't do that. Constitution doesn't allow that. Only South Africans must cook food. Please go home. Now Baba still in Hambe, and I'm coming back. I'm coming back on Tuesday again. I don't want to see any foreign. Please. Where are you from?
Once again, welcome back to our second stream of Shoot the Breeze, episode 241, here on the Better Medicine Podcast. I think each and every one of you guys, the first stream was cut, but welcome back. And welcome back each and every viewer and also my panelists. It might be our last, might not be, depending on how our panelists feel. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 asks, would you stay, would you go? After listening and watching that video, again, the context here is that South Africa's Black citizens are demanding that other African immigrants from other African countries leave. And they've given a date, June 30th, that you heard in the video. This gentleman, and then they brought a young boy who doesn't even have hair on his face to inquire what are they doing in the country and that they should leave and when exactly they're going to leave. We'll start off with Amma. Amma, what say you? Would you stay or would you go?
Before I answer that question, I got some questions. I got some questions. Like how, why, why is this happening? What's the motivation behind why they want them to leave?
So to put it shortly, again, xenophobic attacks are not new in South Africa. Black South Africans have been attacking and demanding that other Black immigrants from other African countries leave because they are taking over the job force. Their economy, they say, is in shambles because of these Black immigrants. And the Black immigrants are from countries where they feel that they should just return to, even if they have corruption or whatever they're going through. They should go and fix their own countries, go back and reside there, not South Africa. A little also context, South Africa provides free healthcare, free education, and Black South Africans feel that the immigrants from these other African countries are using it as far as basically they're taking advantage of what South Africans feel like should just belong to South Africans.
Oh snap! So they trying to do what FBA trying to do. They try to be the same. It sounds like the same thing. Or you know what it sounds like with the healthcare. That sounds like was because you know how like people be like, oh, I will go to Canada because it's free healthcare, but it's not really free. You pay more taxes and your property taxes is higher and everything. Like you just don't see it. Like that's what I don't know the context behind the free healthcare there, but that tends to be how it goes in these places that say they got free healthcare. But I don't know because I don't know anything about their healthcare. But that's interesting. That's very interesting. That's wow. That's kind of funny. But that doesn't make sense. You know, You know what? I like to know how their education system is over there because clearly they're not being taught the right things. They don't know their own history. They can't know their own history if they're doing it. They can't. It's just like I don't know. Maybe I need to do a little more research on South Africa because this isn't making sense. It's like, did they just like forget the Boers exist? Like, I I'm confused.
So again, I guess I just want your answer. Would you stay or would you go? You heard the June 30th, 2026 deadline as a black immigrant. Would you stay or would you go, Ama?
I would stay because how they gonna verify it? If I speak your language, if I come over there and I'm from somewhere else in Africa and I speak your language, how you gonna verify it? I can just say I have a Zulu father and a Nigerian mother. I don't. What are you gonna do? And I speak the language. What are you gonna do? They have no way of verifying. This is just silly.
Ama says that she would stay. All right. Well,
Absolutely, because they can't tell. If I lied, what they gonna do?
yeah, this is pretty interesting indeed. D Webb of the Harsh Reality Podcast. What say you from the video that you've seen in the context that I brought? Would you stay or would you go?
Yeah, it's interesting. Like the sister was saying, it's an interesting context. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I know the ins and outs and ends of what's going on, particularly these other groups. Do they have beef going back sometime? Did the fucking other people help the Boers? Like, I don't even know if, like, for instance, I'm not gonna go on a big tangent about it because, like, let's say, for instance, the South Africans are making a movement to try to get the Boer out, and the Ugandans are coming helping in there. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know the context of that. And I'm ignorant of that, and I don't like to speak on shit when I don't have the full context of the full story. But just like in a broad general sense, to answer your question, in this particular situation, I'm not sure. Does this dude really have the power to kick you out of the country, right? Does he have he's running around with the cameras? Are they really attacking people to get them about the country? If I thought maybe my life was in fear, my life was in jeopardy, yeah, I'd probably go to the crib. You feel me? But if you have no real power and this is some play to get some clicks type of shit, because you're clearly recording this, right? You're clearly recording this, is making a show of it to a certain degree. So yeah, I would have to see if you actually have the power to do something to me. Then yeah, maybe I'd go if it's not worth it. But my question is, why they're even there? Is the economy there so better that you need to travel to South Africa? If that's the case, why is the economy better where you need to go to South Africa to try to make money? So it's way too much nuance in it for me without doing the proper research. But in a vacuum, I would stay if he didn't have power. If he didn't have any power to make me go anywhere, then I'd switch around. I'd stay if he didn't have any extra power. But if I did fear for my life, I'd leave. That's my way of answering that.
Appreciate it, D Webb. Before we get into our next panelist, his thoughts. Again, I am Jacadero filling in for Brother Koku on this second stream. Yes, our first stream was cut, so we appreciate you guys coming back to the second stream of episode 241 on Shoot the Breeze on the Bitter Medicine Podcast. In the comment section, we got a lot. Let's see here. Koku 911 says, meanwhile, the Boer reigns. Responding to the white South African, if you can even call them a South African. Trigger Happy says, but violence gets used against black people. Yeah. Trigger Happy also adds, the only way for Pan-Africanism to work is the creation of an ethnic unit. That ethnic or racial unit can only happen through racial fluidity. Being puritanical about your ethnicity will never work. In reference to, hey, you need to be an absolute Yoruba, or you need to be an absolute Dinka of South Sudan, or you need to be, any of these other ethnic groups. Jam Rock Kid says, I think this is a broader counterinsurgency effort against Pan-Africanism. It's something. It is something. Cheryl in the chat says, can healthcare truly be free? He said they are taking jobs and free healthcare away. I don't think so. Again, this young man who barely has facial hair is so scared that he can barely answer the questions. D Webb says it depends on if he has the power to make me leave. We have no idea on how many people are behind the camera that's recording. We have no idea on, if they're doing this in the daytime, what are they doing in the nighttime? But let me ask Black Steel. Black Steel, what say you? Would you stay or would you go? Again, June 30th is the deadline that they're giving African immigrants, Black African immigrants in South Africa. Would you stay or would you go?
Man, them niggas is crazy, man. I'm getting the fuck out. I'm not even gonna hold you. They literally like to tie old tires around people, fill them with gasoline and set them on fire. I'm gone. You can't. This is so disheartening to see. Honestly, it's really sad because we are living in a time of change, right? The world is going multipolar instead of a unipolar world, right? The United States is beginning to lose its dominance as the world's global superpower. And this is a time where Africa can assert itself. And instead of making moves to become a world power, to become self-sufficient, and to become independent, we are falling back into petty tribalism, the same tribalism that left Africa vulnerable to the Europeans and the Arabs. For what reason? You're literally fighting over scraps that the European, which is literally 7% of the population, and they own the majority of the farmland, they hold the majority of the wealth, and you're fighting another African person without which you wouldn't even be free from apartheid, right? So this week, right, we're winding up our finals this week, but we had a little unit talking about South Africa and apartheid with the kids and everything. And I showed them the famous picture from the massacre in Soweto where the young black man was killed, and the person holding his body was a black man who escaped to Nigeria because he was wanted by the South African police force. So he literally escaped the country. And where did he go? He was given asylum in Nigeria. So here we go, 50 years later, and you're attacking Nigerians who gave your people sanctuary during apartheid. This is just sickening. This is mental behavior, and it's a pathological rejection of history. And I hate to see it, man, because no good can come from this. If you and I would say this: South Africa, their government needs to do a better job of protecting these people. If you're in their country legally, you have a work visa, you have a right to be there. You should not let some random folks on the street come and accost you and ask you where you're from or why are you here, right? Where is law enforcement? Where is the police? Where is the military? Because these people are ramping up for a violence. This is not something they're not just gonna go and ask nicely. They're planning something. It could be something that's just going to lash out at anybody who they think is an immigrant. You could probably be Zulu on both sides of your family, but they're just going to attack you because they think you're an immigrant. These are not rational people. This is mob violence. This is a level of sadism that I didn't think was even possible for African people, and it's really sad because we shouldn't even be engaging in this. We got so many issues to deal with. There's so much shit coming down the pike. And this is what you want to waste your time on? You got these white people running around your continent. Oh, yeah, definitely Hotel Rwanda. I could definitely see Hotel Rwanda's level of violence coming in this. Rwandan genocide. Absolutely. I could definitely see that coming. You got these white people running around here in your country. And they're just, they're talking about there's a white genocide and they're taking all the wealth of the country. They're taking all the farmland, but you want to pick on these people who can't fight back? We ain't gonna make it, man. A lot of us are not gonna make it. We just got to be honest with ourselves. A lot of African people, they're just not gonna make it. We got to do triage at this point. Some people we just gonna have to let go. We're gonna have to let them go because this is such inappropriate behavior to be engaging in this late of the day. Like, white, this is just sad. I would leave because these people are insane. And I don't want to be in a situation where they're kicking down my door in the dead of night and trying to chop me up with a machete because I'm from Nigeria. This is, and that's where I feel like it's headed. It's too much. It's too
prevalent online, social media. I don't hear the government speaking out about it. I've heard some information from Neferkari Dessalines talking about how the ambassadors are being called because they're in fear for their citizens' safety, and they should be. South Africa has to crack down on this type of behavior. I need to see some people in jail for making these type of threats. These people are not unknown. These aren't unknown people who are running around. These people got names. These people got addresses. Go see them. Go see them and protect the people in your country. Otherwise, you make yourself into a pariah state that nobody wants to deal with. And you know what's going to happen in a pariah state? Them white people are going to take even more land. So now they own about 75%. They don't get 95%. Black people are going to be left with nothing. But y'all are sitting here arguing over crumbs left from the white man's table. That should be your table. But you're going to find some poor black person to cook who's a barber from Nigeria, and you want to harass him in the street, and you think that makes you powerful? Sad, man. Sad, childish behavior. And this is why, as African people, we engage in too much childish behavior. Too much childish behavior. This is ridiculous. They're videotaping themselves. Lock all them dudes up, man. Throw away the key. I don't know. I'm not a fan of the carceral state, but some people need to go to jail. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Strong words from Black Steel. I appreciate it. In the chat, the group chat, or the chat, we have a poll. Would you stay or would you leave by the June 30th deadline? Please vote. Yeah, this is pretty interesting. Again, this young man that you see here is so scared that he barely gets a word out. One of the other things that you pay attention to, I know I only played the video once, but the guy in the hat that is asking both of these gentlemen from different African countries, he says, leave and leave soon. Don't wait until the 30th. Don't listen to any of our politicians. Don't listen to the government. Ramaphosa is the name of their president. And Ramaphosa right now is being asked to resign from his opposition. The government is not in control of what's going on in South Africa. And if I was the president, either you get a hold of what's going on here with these xenophobic attacks. Again, you're accosting people, literally asking people on the street, where are you from? If you guys see in this video that continues to play on a loop in the background, this young man is dragged from wherever he's dragged from and brought forth. You'll see it in the background, and that's when he finally appears by like two men that probably went and grabbed him as he tried to run away. President Ramaphosa needs to resign. It's either you get a control of the situation or you need to resign. I know these are my own opinions, but this is out of control. It gives Hotel Rwanda vibes, as we said in the chat. Comments we have here. Cheryl says, I'd stay. South Africa is huge. Just don't be where those people are. The thing is unless you know, you don't know. Unless you know where to go, you don't know where to go. Again, if you're an African immigrant, maybe there for 5 years, it sounds like, these immigrants that they're talking to don't even speak the language. So again, unless you know, and then what are you going to do? If you stay, you risk looking over your shoulder the entire time that you're there. Cheryl says, Black people still in America, in a country full of white people, where Black go missing and are mysteriously hung from trees. True indeed. Trigger.
Yeah, but how often does that happen, though? How often does that? That's not a daily occurrence now.
Let's talk about it. Amma, what would you say? Go ahead.
It's not okay. That's just two examples. I mean, there's a lot of other stuff that happens. I mean, two Black people in the United States. That's why some Black people are always talking about leaving. So I mean, the point is, I guess the point I'm trying to get on is, if you don't want to be in South Africa, don't be there. If you don't know nobody, it doesn't make sense to go there if you have no reason to be there. Work is not keeping you there. Then I wouldn't just go to just be like, oh look, just to prove a point, like, oh look, y'all scary. Like, I wouldn't do that. But also, I'm not going to be scary if I have if something brings me to a point where I have to be there, I just got to make sure I, and again, this is circumstantial. I have to make sure I put myself in with certain people. I got to make sure I talk to certain people. I got to, you don't put yourself in certain places. I mean, that's what you do in any part of the world. But if things tend to be, more hot, in certain areas than others, then, you know, then you just go. I mean, it's just like
Yeah,
any place else in the world.
yeah. Me as a Tesla, I don't stay and fight. I flee. Especially
Oh
when
my
I
God, that's
yeah,
crazy. Don't say
I don't stay
that.
and fly. No, I flee. I flee right away.
Don't
Because
say that.
no, I can say that because see, see, I had
Okay.
I live in different countries and I understand what mob justice look like. Mob justice. And if I see
Right.
a man with a tiger cost hat come to me and tell me, ask me these questions, why am I here, whatever, I know the mob justice was behind that. So I'm thanking him for warning me in advance. I'm thanking him, and I'm on a plane with Black Steel. Let me go find one. Let me go to the Netherlands, where the white people there are much nicer, and they may treat me nice. Because
Oh
see,
boy.
I am old enough. Yeah, sure. I find a nice Dutch
He ain't
woman.
lying. He's
I
not
Yeah,
lying.
can't
find a
deal
nice
with
Dutch
you.
woman.
I can't.
Yeah, find a Dutch woman to rub my stomach because I've
Ah,
watched hotel. I've watched the Rwandan genocide, and I saw how the Rwandan genocide began. I've watched. I've really researched the Rwandan genocide, and it was almost this exact same dynamic. But the only difference is the people who were in Rwanda were Rwandese. But what did these little gangsters, these little ignorant street gangsters did? They start checking the not the passports, the travel documents, the documentations, to find out whether they were Hutu or Tutsi. And what's to stop these people from doing the same thing, finding out whether the person's passport is from Ghana or Nigeria or South African. See, I've seen this play before, and I know how these things play out. And the government, like many black governments, most black governments, they are reactionary. They react after the fact. And this person, the ignorance here, is these people are not going to make me a victim. I'm going inside my house and I'm going to tell my woman, listen, we got to get out of here because I know what mob Negro justice look like. I know what it looks like, and trying to be proactive rather than reactive. Reactive is me staying there and having the same guy with the costume on bust down my house with his friends and machetes in my hand, graping my wife and unaliving me, or while I watch him grape my wife. This is what the ignorance does. So if they don't want me there, I say thank you for allowing me the opportunity for staying in your country because it's your country, nobody else's. I'll leave you to the boys. I'll leave you to the boys. If they want to take over this whole country, wonderful for them. You know what I mean? Wonderful for them. I will leave this African country. I don't need to be in this place where I'm going to be treated like, because they would never go to certain parts of where the boys live and ask the people who travel, the Europeans who travel there, the same kinds of questions. It's
They're
only
not
the
going to
Negro.
Cape Town doing this. They're not going to Cape Town doing this.
Absolutely not. These things are only reserved to Negroes like me and you. Just like as if I was walking in America with a color in my shirt on, which is red or blue, and they say, "Well, what set you claiming? You got to check in. You got to check in." But if Chud the Chutter Bob, the whatever, walks around the black community, no one says nothing. No one say he wearing the wrong colors. No one threatens his life. They only have these Negro questions for Negro people. Negro policing is worse. Is way worse sometimes than white man's policing. Way worse. Matron has just read a book called A Driver's Story, in talking about the actions of the slave driver, who sometimes was black, just like me and you, and how he would mistreat black people. And you have these same kind of ghosts that exist throughout the black world. They think they have this level of authority. But really and truly, these people are white nationalists in blackface. And you have to understand these people for who they actually are. Like I say, I know what mob violence look like. I know what mob violence look like. and the government is going to be reactive. So let me practice proactivity and get the hell out of there. So I'm on the plane with Black Steel. Only he going back to America. Like I say, let me go find the Netherlands or some European enclave where the white lady gonna make me some mayonnaise sandwiches and rub my stomach at night and say, "Oh, it's so happy," and all the family come around. Cause I can't deal with these Negroes, man. I gotta tell you, I'm tired. I can't deal with them. I'm not playing no games. No, I'm not playing no games. I'm not playing no games.
One question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I understand, the jokes. That's fine. To be honest, please have as many jokes. What if you were from an African from some of these countries that are going through civil war, or you are from one of these countries where there might not be a quote unquote civil war, but there is turmoil. And so, oftentimes, as a national of some of these countries, before you go to, let's say, get asylum in, I don't know if you said Switzerland, but one of these Europe countries where you're going to get the white woman to rub your belly as you fill your belly up with whatever nasty food that they eat. You have to go back to those African nations, like Cameroon, is currently going through a split between the English side and the French side. Somalia, the side that deals with whether it's Al-Shabaab or just in turmoil inside. South Sudan, for instance. Would you go back to those countries? Because oftentimes you have to go back to your host nation before you get those asylum. So if that was the case, would you still then flee, like you said?
If I was from those countries, would I go back to the country that I belong to?
Yeah,
is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so oftentimes to get asylum in like European or Australia or United States, it takes some time. So in that in between time, when these local thugs, I'm going to call them local thugs in South Africa, are saying, "Hey, June 30th is your date," but like that guy said with the, I don't know if it's like a cheetah, I don't know what's on his head here, but hey, don't wait until the 30th of June. Go ahead and just leave as soon as you can. Well, you're waiting for asylum in a European or Western nation. You got to go back to your host nation, and your host nation is very hostile. Would you still then flee?
Well, certainly, I would. See, I don't know if you see this, Jacadero, but what he said to him was just an open threat. I don't know if you took that like that, but I took that as an extreme open threat. He was nice about it, but it was a threat. So if I have to wait, like you say, to get whatever, to leave the visa, to get leaves or whatever, I would certainly leave that area. Because what he did in this video was an open, direct threat to him, his family, his children, and any person who may have come with him in that particular place. Because as Black Sea was saying, or you were saying, you don't know what's behind that threat. Like I say, I know and understand Negro mob violence and ignorance and justice. I understand it to a severe degree. I really understand it. So it's good that he forewarned him. But I would try to at least get out of this area until I could leave. No matter what brilliance I bring into this area, obviously they are saying we don't want it. We want Boerism. We want apartheid. We don't mind that the boys are ruling and running this country, and we ain't trying to have nothing different from what we've been experiencing. Thank you very much, Black man. Go back to where you come from. And I would say my response would be thank you for the forewarning, and I'll tell my woman, let's get the hell out of here. That's what I would tell her.
One of the arguments that I've seen on the internet, whether it's Twitter X or any others, is South Africans defending the xenophobic attacks and the xenophobic rhetoric. And they say that we have corruption in our country just like the other Africans have corruption in their country. We, in order for us to deal with that, we have to deal with you first to get out. So that way you're not interrupting anything and or aiding. Like what D. Webb said, maybe just maybe some of these Africans have been aiding in the past their progress to actual liberation. Anybody can join in on that. Is that total BS?
That's
or
BS. That's BS. Because corruption is coming from the white people, from the European.
Yeah.
That's where the corruption is coming from. Life is short, man. Life is short. You don't have to. You know what? we are Pan-Africans on this panel, I believe, right? We understand that African people are one people, regardless of where we are on the continent, right? These borders that are drawn on maps that were created by Europeans in fucking Germany in 1885 or whatever the fuck, right? They divided Africa as a way to exploit its resources. But here we are, over 100 years later, and these people are still following these same lines, these same rules, these same countries that were made up and using it to oppress other Africans. This, I mean, man, this is such nonsense that I don't think that is safe. If they want this to be, they're claiming about corruption and whatnot and everything that's being done. The call is coming from inside the house. And that call is being made by the Afrikaner and the Boer. But yet, here you are pressing this man. Go press them crackers in Johannesburg. Go press them boys over there in Cape Town. Leave your fellow black man alone. He is not called. He's a cook. How is he contributing to the corruption? He's a cook. He's not the problem. The people who are stealing our money and own 75% of the farmland is the problem. But the problem, and this is the real issue, these people are powerless to do anything against the vote. They know, or maybe they don't know, but maybe they know that who the real problem is, but they don't have any power to do anything about it. And I think this is really the whole crux of my argument when dealing with, we talk about black on black, how black people won't bust a grape against white people, but they'll go against black people. The reason that is because the consequence for hurting a white person are much more severe than hurting another black person. And we understand this, right? You can't get at the white person who's destroying your community, who's robbing your country, but you can get at that black dude from Nigeria who cuts hair and all the women like him because he eat coochie. Okay, him you can get, but you can't get the white man in Pretoria who's ruining your life. You know what I'm saying?
Wait a minute.
Well, you know, one of the arguments they were saying is that the foreigners are stealing all the women, and the
Oh
women
my
were
God.
saying that the men in South Africa, they don't like to dine on Southern cuisine, quote unquote. So the problem is that they're frustrated that the girls is filling up, the other dudes, and they're not getting no play. That's part of it. So that's why I mentioned I wasn't trying to be vulgar. I just wanted to. That was part of the issue. They were saying that women preferred the foreign men. But even so, like we talked about before, a white person can go into the hood and wear whatever color shirt they want. Because if you were to hurt that white person, you finna have every police station, the police, the SWAT team, the FBI, the Boy Scouts, everybody finna come messing with you. Okay? That's what it is. But if a black person gets killed or robbed, it's just another nigga. Who cares? The police, they're gonna do a little cursory examination. They might put up a flyer, but they're not gonna and we know this. So that's why we're so bold to attack another black person, because there's no the consequences aren't as severe. They're not as severe. Look what happened when Zimbabwe took back the farmland from those white farmers and gave it to the black people. International sanctions destroyed their economy. They didn't do that to Rwanda, and they murdered over 1 million people. So at the same time, they understand that the consequences they're going to face, they're just not going to be quite as serious. So they're going after these poor black people. And it's 2020. We should know better. This is something we should know better than to do. It's sad. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Any remarks?
It is sad, but it is also dangerous. This level of ignorance and powerlessness is not only sad, but it's dangerous. And like I say, I know danger when I see it. I know danger. I know exactly what it looks like. And because of their powerlessness and cowardliness, by the way, that Black Steel mentioned the last time when we was talking about referencing South Africa. They won't go after the real people, the 7%, but they'll go after the poor baba on the street corner, trying to make a couple of dollars, a couple of rands, cutting hairs and things like that, or because he's dating a South African woman. It's so cowardly and powerless, powerless, but it's also extremely dangerous because within their ignorance, they will rob this man's house, they will rob this man, they will harm him in some way, just to exert that low level of power. So, like I say, it is sad and pathetic, but it's also dangerous as well.
Yeah, I agree. Like in any nation, if you're the immigrant, bro, you're kind of subject to be a victim of violence more than anybody, right? Like even in America, it's a thing in America, right? Where like if you come from like a different country, you know, in order to get your green card, even if you come here legally, right, you can't own a firearm, you can't do anything. So a lot of times you get paid in cash when you, like, particularly like this guy, he might get paid in cash, right? If he, depending on if his papers right or not, right? So those people are targeted first for robbery and things of that nature. They can't own the firearm. I don't know how the gun laws is in South Africa, but here it's like, okay, you can't even get you a 9 to protect you, and you run around with cash, so you're always a victim. So that's the inherent problem, even with other Black groups. You know what I'm saying? Like you're always going to be the target because you're the immigrant, you're the minority in this area. So you got to recognize. So I agree with Bonner, like, well, get while the getting's good, dog. Like if y'all want me out of here, go ahead, fight the boy by yourself. Fuck it, I'm out. Bye. You know what I mean? If your only motivation is purely financial, then fuck it, I'm out. You feel me?
It's also important to know, since we're talking about the rights and your safety as being an immigrant in somebody else's country, I point you guys to the evidence in Assata Shakur's autobiography, where she told a story about how her and her brother really wanted to go to an amusement park during days of segregation, and her mom was well aware that the amusement park was segregated to whites only. And they begged, and finally one day, Assata and her brother's mom came home and said, "We're gonna go, but you guys don't say anything. I'll speak." When they arrived at the ticket counter, the lady, in shock, let them know, "Hey, this is a whites-only park. You guys are not allowed." Assata's mother then proceeded to just have a conversation in Spanish. And when the lady responded back in English, Assata's mother then continued in Spanish. Long story short, they let them in, and they were the only Black people riding on the rides. But the part that Assata is trying to convey was that it was assumed that either they were Dominican or Cuban, but some sort of Latin or Hispanic nationals living in the United States, even though they were Black. And so what I'm trying to connect here is that, even as an immigrant, sure, you might not be allowed to own a firearm in the United States, but you're protected because you have a country that's backing you. And thus, it ruins foreign policy. It ruins diplomatic relationships when, again, you're an immigrant, so you're a guest in somebody else's home. When you're being treated as such, it can possibly destroy long-term relationships. Again, that's just my thought. Maybe you guys have your own thoughts about it. But again, the evidence was from Assata Shakur's autobiography.
Sidney Poitier talked about something similar like that too when he was came from the Bahamas, and a white person tried to, he responded very forcefully with a white man, and they were like, "Where you from?" He said, "I'm from the Bahamas." "Oh, okay." And I guess they kind of let him slide, like, you don't know our ways here. But you can't always count on that, though. You can't always count on that, because the police have killed several African people in the United States. That didn't save them being from, not knowing the ways and the social norms or whatnot. They got it anyway. When they say ignorance of the law is no excuse. Ignorance of the customs is no excuse. They'll still do you in. That's just what I think about that.
I'm gonna ask a question is it beneficial for Africans to move from an African nation to a European nation or a Western nation? I guess some people don't consider the United States a European nation, but we say Western nation. Like the way that my parents have had, this entire time that we've been living here, they've never moved back. So my question to you guys in the panel, is it beneficial for Africans to move from an African nation like South Africa to Botswana's a Scandinavian country where he can be fed and rubbed and have his belly rubbed? Huh?
I would say this, man. This whole world is in a world of upheaval. I would not recommend any African person to move to the United States of America. We about to be going through our own Hotel Rwanda levels violence out here. Yeah, white people go around calling black people the N-word, and I would say this. You got to do what you got to do, right? We don't, in some of those situations, life is intolerable, right? They literally can barely make it day to day. I would not recommend going to a European nation if I didn't have to. And I guess maybe South Africa, because it's closer. It's a majority black nation. It's a compromise. I don't know what I would do. I've talked to, my family members and whatnot, and in case of emergency, where you going? I've heard people say Costa Rica, people say the Bahamas, Belize. I couldn't see myself going to a majority white country if I had to leave. Even Canada, I just wouldn't want to. I would want to go back to Ghana or maybe, whatever country would be more accepting of black people for leaving. They're really stuck between a rock and a hard place here because Europe is racist. The Italian Navy was literally letting black migrants drown in the Mediterranean Sea. And then you go to Russia and they put you on the front lines against the Ukrainians and strap bombs to you. So it's like out of the frying pan into the fire. Like you're screwed no matter where you go. I couldn't say I definitely wouldn't recommend going to Europe, or any place like that. And then the US is definitely not a good place. The truth of the matter is, black people, we're really all we got. We can't go to another group of people looking for asylum. We are really all we have. And we have to improve our conditions ourselves because there's nobody else going to do it for us. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Any other thoughts?
If I had a choice, I was definitely put me on the trip to Air Canada. I'm going to Air Canada. If I was to go to a black country, maybe Burkina Faso, but even though I know that there are certain limitations in Burkina Faso, I would want to go to Burkina Faso. See, the thing is with these black enclaves is these black enclaves are just an imitation of white enclaves. The countries themselves, these former colonial countries, are really just imitations of European countries. And they think of these countries which have not gotten it right yet. They're trying to put a European suit on an African body, and in them doing that, there are levels of dysfunction that you can't believe. You can't believe, brother. You can't believe, and it's not to disparage my community, my African community, but I see how they function, bro. I see how they function, and the people are neglected severely. It's almost as if you are on your own. And then you go into another country, a European country, unfortunately, and this is an unfortunate reality, because of the laws of their countries, the immigrants or the immigrant people population are treated much better. Now, I agree with Black Steel when he say, no, I wouldn't go to the Americas because the Americas are becoming more and more right-wing, as if they never was right-wing. But when you go to a place like Canada, where you have a free healthcare system, and my homegirl who lives in England, during the Corona situation, they was bringing her groceries. She's a Black British. They're bringing her groceries. I couldn't imagine that happening in this country. I couldn't imagine that happening. You know, the social programs, and I'm not saying that you should ever live on the graces of other people, because you shouldn't. You should try to get your shit together. But I'm saying that the social welfare and care system for the population, because of the laws, is miles better. It's miles better if we having a practical conversation. And until the African nations decide to actually become African nations and not parrot European nations, I gotta disagree with that. I would be on the first. Send me to Montreal, send me to Toronto, send me to Toronto. 'Cause I live and I love the Bahamas. The Bahamas is a beautiful, beautiful country. It's a well-organized country. The transition of power is not. We have not necessarily seen any levels of violence like how you have in Jamaica and Haiti. You know, thank goodness we haven't seen that level of violence. But there has when there have been transfers of power, there has been violence, but not to that level. But I live in a country where, listen, man, I could point to various different things, even though this country is a beautiful country and things can be done. But because we are still trying to parrot European countries, you can't put, I keep saying that you can't put a European suit on an African body. There's always going to be shortfalls and high levels of dysfunction. And then people talk about corruption, you know, and until we do that, what's the difference? I say, what is the difference if I go to an African country as opposed to a European country? One speaks Swahili but still practicing European culture, and one speaking French or German or English but practicing European culture there. But they doing it better because they're Europeans, you know. But that's just me. That maybe I being negative. I shouldn't be negative. I shouldn't be negative. But I just deal with it. I see it on a different kind of way. I see it in a different way. Let me just put it like that.
Yeah, man.
You know,
Don't do the
you know what?
Commonwealth nations, dog. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sister.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Nah, I'll be super quick too. Two things, bro. Avoid Commonwealth nations. Avoid EU. I know it looks great. All that glitters ain't gold, dog. If shit is a fan, the first thing they're gonna do is the people who don't look like the people who were there originally, they're gonna be the target, bro. So go to some place where you can blend in. So either a black nation or a place that has a very diverse population, the Columbias of the world, where it's like cats looking like me or something like that. But go somewhere where you can blend. If you can shut up and go with a group of people and they not figure out who the hell you is unless you open your mouth, that's a good criteria. And go someplace where you can have a rifle, because at the end of the day, it might just be you and 30 rounds keeping a motherfucker off you. So those are my two criteria. But go ahead, sis. I'm sorry.
Just like that. But you know, the one thing I notice about Black people, just in general, it don't matter if you're immigrant or not, we tend to have this thing where we think, okay, so I can use any really major city in the United States. Like when Black people are in a neighborhood and there's a whole bunch of Black people that live there historically, and they, you know, they get a little money, and you know they get up out of there, and where's the first place they move? Right, the suburbs, right? And then 10 years later, you go back to that same neighborhood that you left that was quote unquote the hood, and you notice something, because it happens every 10, 20 years. They do what? They start, different types of people start moving in, right? You get, there's gentrification, you know, the area is quote unquote better, and Black people, and it's better. I wouldn't say it's better. I would say that Black people's mindsets and I wouldn't even just say white people, but other groups of people's mindsets are vastly different in the sense that it doesn't, for instance, it don't matter where people from India, talking about the people with the dot on their head. I'm not trying to be ignorant or nothing, but just for clarification, not. Native Americans. But the Indians, with dot on their head, don't matter where they move in the world, they are always together. They don't let nothing about what other people say about it being the hood. They make it what they want to make it. Okay, they bring their language and their culture and their whatever cultural values and practices. They bring it there. They don't care where it is. They don't care what people say about it. Black people have this thing where we think we hear another black person say, "Oh, that's the hood. You gotta move out of there. You gotta move to a better neighborhood." And we all disperse, and everybody's an individual. Nobody sticks together. All black people do it everywhere, and it's just like it. I just sometimes it's like, do we not see like even white people like for instance, um, in Philadelphia, West Philly, people be like, oh yeah, that's the hood. Don't go there. Don't go to Southwest Philly. Don't go there. But you notice when white people move in, they be moving in together. Like they buy up property together. They don't care what people say about the area. They gonna move there. And they gonna fix it up and they gonna do we need to get I mean, not in America, but but if you're in America, you're doing what you can. That's that's the mindset that we need to be having, and we're not there. We still on we gotta one up each other type of stuff. So I guess I think like with I don't know if like the answer is always to flee. Like I don't want to say to flee, but to leave. That's not always the answer. We because we keep running and we run to these places, to Canada. Canada does not have free healthcare. I'm telling you that right now. Canada is. I don't know how if you ain't balling out of control. I don't even know how you living in Canada. If you choose to get up and go there right now, how you gonna afford it? It's more expensive than California and New York. I don't know where you're gonna live. You're gonna live in a shoebox. You gonna live with six roommates. I guess that's what because it's bad there now. Maybe 25 years ago you had a chance. You don't really stand a chance now if you're not a brain surgeon. So I mean I don't know what you're gonna do. And then healthcare is not free. Your property tax is extremely high. Um, everything's high. You don't get seen the. It may seem like you don't pay because you don't pay a lot because you don't pay out of pocket, but they get you in other ways. They get you their taxes extremely high. Everything's high. So you can't even buy a nice house in Montreal, in Toronto, wherever you want to go. You can't even buy nothing. I don't know what you're gonna do. Like, but I know, but if you don't live in Toronto, if you don't live in Canada, you don't have no experience in Canada. Like that makes sense that people want to live there. Like I'm not like, oh, you don't know what you're talking because if you don't live there, you don't know. But I'm telling you, it's like the guy said, all that glitters is not gold. Like it's not great. It's not great at all. People just be like, oh, they got nice streets and but they got free healthcare. They have no free healthcare. They do not have free healthcare at all. They don't.
I lived in Canada. I lived in Canada. I lived in Scarborough. And
Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah, no sweat, no sweat. I lived in Scarborough, and what happens is the system is they tax you a whole lot. They tax you like how they tax the British. They tax you high, but the medical care there is not as like you say you pay some, but you don't. It's nowhere near the cost of American in terms of healthcare in America. Nowhere near it.
You know what
Nowhere
it is
near.
about America? You know what it is about America? Uh, I wouldn't say that you're wrong. I would just say that there's a lot of different systems that you can choose from. It's like because Canada is so limited, it's so small. They only have like one. They only have. I mean, I wouldn't say one, but they don't have as many options for healthcare as the states does. Now, I'm not like all for healthcare and all of that stuff like that. If you need it, you need it. But I do the naturalistic thing. But I wouldn't say that they're vastly different from each other. I wouldn't go that far because America has a lot of different types of ways, a lot of different healthcare options. They have a lot of different type of things. So it's intricate and it's vast. I'm not gonna get into that, but I wouldn't say it's better by any means.
I would say it. I would say it's much better. It's vastly better in terms of the medications, the cost of the medications that you could receive in Canada as opposed to the United States. That's why many Americans they travel to, especially if you live in the New York area, they travel to Toronto and Canada to get cheaper medications because the cost is so low.
They travel to get cheaper medications, but if you are a cancer patient and you're waiting in line, you're gonna be waiting forever in Canada. You can't even be seen. They don't have free walk-in clinics. You're gonna be waiting hours. Like they don't when it comes maybe you're right when it comes to medications, but other aspects are not so great.
Yeah, but in
Well, it
America,
sounds like you can listen to that big pharma propaganda there, Cheryl.
yeah, but in America, you won't get any treatment whatsoever if you don't have no money. You done. You could, I rather wait
Yeah,
hours. I rather wait hours rather than not
you're
waiting
not
at all
gonna get
because you don't gonna
anything.
get it at all.
You're not gonna
Like
get anything. I mean, you're
I
not
get
gonna really. And but you know who absorbs that cost when people go into and you get your free healthcare. If you ain't got no money, if that's the scenario, and you ain't got no money, and you ain't got nothing, and you living in a shoebox in Canada, and you go in to get healthcare, whose pocket is that coming out of?
who cares?
Yours. It's coming out of your. It's your. That's what I'm saying. The overall the living the cost of living is exponential. I wouldn't even want to live there. It's
But
not worth it.
I hear you.
That's not been my
In
experience.
America, people regularly die because they can't afford their insulin. Like that's a common thing. I used
But
to work. I used to work in a
Americans are
healthcare.
different. It's different though because Americans are like that can be attributed to the like that's
No,
going
no,
into
no,
another
no,
can
no,
of
no.
worms.
Let me
That's
tell you
going
where
into
it
a
comes from.
whole
Let me
nother
tell you
thing.
where it
That's
comes
going to
from.
a
I
whole
used to
nother
work
thing.
for United Healthcare, right?
Oh, well,
So the problem in
one
the United
company.
States, right, that a lot of other countries don't have is that there's a pharmaceutical lobby in Washington that helps drive up the prices. They can charge anything. So they can charge you $100 for a bottle of saline in America, where in Canada or Mexico or in the European Union, they don't have that problem. So the
What problem
problem
do
with
they
that,
have?
say what?
What problem do they have
The problem of the pharmaceutical lobby.
in Canada?
Oh, yeah, in Canada. They don't have the pharmaceutical lobby. In
No, I'm
Canada,
asking what problems does Canadian healthcare have? Because people that
I
live
mean,
there.
I'm not
Like,
speaking on Canadian health. I'm speaking of American healthcare. I'm not talking about Canadian. And the
okay.
American healthcare I'm talking about is how the pharmaceutical lobby is in bed with the politicians and the other companies drive up the cost of our healthcare. That's why the United States has the most expensive healthcare in the world with the worst outcomes. I know people who went to Mexico to get dental work done because the costs of the United States are just astronomically high. So are there problems?
Okay.
Absolutely. But they don't have the corporate. America is very much a corporate. It's not even ran by the people anymore. They're by corporations and Fortune
Canada too.
500 CEOs who are just basically driving up the price for everything, which is why everything is so damn expensive for people.
Canada too. I mean, they have the same problem. They pretty much have the same problem. It's just filtered differently.
Juana, you've
It's
been there,
absolutely.
Julie. You've
No, it's
lived
not.
there.
No, it's
He's
not
one
the same.
person.
It's
He's
not
one
the same
person.
problems. It's not the
He's
same.
one person. It's not the same problem for him. It is the same problem for other people.
Like who? Hello?
If it was the same problem, people
Yeah.
wouldn't be
So
going to
No,
Canada to
it's
get
not the
medical work
same.
done.
It's not the
It's the same
same. It's
no,
not
no,
problem.
the
no,
same.
no, no, no. They're going for medications. They're going for prescription medications.
Not just
Okay, that's
prescriptions. They're
okay. What
getting
else?
procedures done too.
Like what?
Dental care.
I'm talking. Okay. So there's many facets of healthcare. It's not just dental and prescription medications. There's other stuff too. So I mean, these other things are. It's just okay. I'm not advocating for American healthcare. I'm just saying that it's not vastly different.
No, it is.
It's not better.
No, it is better.
In
It is
terms of
better.
money,
But it
in
is, though.
terms
That's
of
why
money.
people are going to Canada in the first place.
It's better. It's better. Yeah, people who have money are going there.
Not everybody.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Oh,
No,
you
it
bring me
is.
the statistics. You
wrong.
bring me this because listen, I half of my family, my in-laws live there, and it's not so great for them. So, you know, I don't want to go based on specific people, but in general, like it's so. My point is that the cost of living is so high that you can't even get to that. Like most people can't even get to that. That's what I'm saying.
No. That's First of all, let me say this: the Canadian dollar is, I can't remember what it is right now, but it's weaker than the U.S. dollar. You know, it's weaker than the U.S. dollar.
Okay.
When I lived there, the cost of living, it to me it was relative. Now,
When did you live
you might,
there?
maybe this is like 10 years ago. Goodness. But I would say that it's relative. It's relative. You know, and it's not exactly the same, but it's relative. I would compare them almost on an equal plane. But you are right. When it comes to, of course, the Canadians export more, well, import more items from North America. That is a fact. But as far as the healthcare system and the education system, they are on par. There are more people, especially immigrants. They travel to get educated in Canada as opposed to America because the Canadian education system is much cheaper, and you get the same education, but you can get it less costly than you would if you was traveling to any of these U.S. universities, and it's the same education. I mean, all around. I mean, when I live in Toronto, Toronto is like a cleaner version of New York City, man. I gotta tell you, you know. But like I say, everyone's experiences are very different. But this is the reason why Americans they engage in medical tourism, because the cost have medical treatments are so expensive. They go to the DR, they go to Cuba, they go to all over these enclaves because of the cost of the medical care and facilities in the United States of America, and you're getting more or less the same kind of treatment, but you're paying like phenomenal costs. And for the people who can go, they have a choice: either you find a way to pay us or you die. And that's not a choice for people who are actually trying to live. That's why they are engaging in medical tourism. Many Americans engage in medical tourism.
I will
all
say
over the
this.
world.
I will say this. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mangione, he didn't kill that CEO for no reason. That dude died for a reason.
Yeah, but you know, it is problems with socialized
I'm not a big
healthcare as
fan of
well.
Mm-mm.
You know. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. You go ahead. My bad.
No, I was to say, socialized medicine does have their issues as well. Like, is America trash? Hell yeah. I work with Medicare. I gotta do certain shit for certain people, whatever. But the system here is pretty trash, but they do have their issues as well. Like people waiting around. You have to basically wait to get any kind of service, right? I will say this too: when you have a socialized medicine, now we have a problem here where the health companies, right, decide if they're gonna pay for something. If they don't pay for something, you fucking die, even if you have insurance, right? Over there, they did kind of deal with something similar, to be honest with you, because they honestly, the government decides like, okay, you're 78 years old. Do we need to give you this kidney transplant? You know what I'm saying? So that's a government decision up there. Also, just in general with the whole socialized medicine thing, I know a young lady that was up there. Let's talk to this young lady that was up there. She lived in right outside Toronto, right? Kid got sick. This was probably like 5-6 years ago. Her kid got sick. They had to go to the hospital to get the surgery and all this other stuff. Because she didn't get like that vaccine, they wouldn't let her visit her child. They wouldn't let her stay in the Ronald McDonald house for the surgeries and all this other shit. They weren't about to give the surgery. She had to fight for that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying they didn't do some fugazi shit down here, but up there, you got to realize that your life with socialized medicine just means government control medicine. And that means the government decides if you live or die. They decide if you need the service that you get. Here it's the insurance companies, and that's trash too. But up there, it's not a perfect slate either, right? Because at the end of the day, it's still somebody deciding if you're worth the risk. And if you're over retirement age, you in your fucking 60s and you need a major surgery, good motherfucking luck. Right? Yep. They're even instituting those little machines, like they're like doing euthanasia up there. You know the fuck I'm.
They're paying people to kill themselves.
Yeah, so
that's right. That is true. That's true. And I you know what, D-Web, I agree with euthanasia, you know. But needless to say, I will tell you that in a minute. I agree with euthanasia, but I'll say this. What happens in the Bahamas is there are a lot of people who can't travel to the Americas, especially when you're talking about getting certain surgeries. So because they don't have the money to do that, they go to Cuba and they get socialized operations there because the cost is much cheaper.
Facts, bro. I put the chat about Colombia. Like I literally was on a plane and it's people going there.
Yeah, they gotta go
surgeries. You feel me?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Is trash in general, bro.
Yeah, but they do have euthanasia. You're right, and the reason why I agree with euthanasia is this idea of quality of life. Quality of life. If I have a dreaded sickness that is costing me to have pains every day, and my quality of life is shit, why am I here? Why am I here?
It's people that's depression euthanizing themselves, bro. That's
different. If they want to,
they had COVID hotels.
Yeah,
they had COVID hotels where they was making people pay thousands of dollars. Canada is crazy.
People up for a while. They was keeping you in a certain area when you back.
Canada is
kept
wild.
You in a hotel, yeah. So
that's a communist.
If they want to help themselves, man, I guess it's better than doing it in a hotel room. But as far as what Amo was saying, the person couldn't see that person. You know, I couldn't see my father when he caught COVID and he was in the hospital. They wouldn't allow us in. And when he died by himself. You know, they didn't let us. I was away from him, but I wasn't even in the hospital room when he passed because of the COVID. It's a fucked up situation, man. You know,
that's messed up. But did they make you stay in a COVID hotel where they made you pay thousands of dollars? I can't with Canada. Every time my husband tells me something, I'm like, what the hell is this?
I love Canada, man. I like Canada. I like Canada.
The average cost of you want to buy a house right now, the average cost is like $750,000.
It is expensive in Canada. It is expensive.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Well, why would I do that when I can go to Texas and pay for it's still cheaper, even in American dollars, it's still cheaper. So for $250, I could get a house for $250. You gotta be kidding me. I'll take my chances. Deuces.
You taking chances in Texas? You taking chances in Texas?
Yes, I will. Because guess what? It's a lot of black people there. I just go to the black part. And Canada only got 3% black people. I'm good.
All right. Well, if there isn't anything else, I think it is a time to go ahead and get people familiar with what you guys are happy about. And how do we do that? Well, of course, come on now. We got shout outs. That's right. So whatever it is that you want to highlight, that you want to give notice to, this is your time. We'll start off with ladies first. Come on, we're chivalrous Pan-African men here. What say you and what's your shout out for today?
I don't know. Just shout out to y'all because y'all be making me laugh. y'all be cracking me up, but it's a good time and I enjoy everybody's perspectives and I love y'all.
Oh man, you're gonna make me shed a gangster tear, man. We love you. We appreciate you. Any of our other women, part of the Bitter Medicine podcast, Quasi Radio, man. We appreciate each and every one of you, ladies, man. So don't ever think any different. D Webb of the Harsh Reality Podcast. What's your shout out for today or this week or this month?
Hey man, shout out to y'all, man. I always enjoy building with y'all, man. Smart brothers and sisters, man. Always bringing knowledge. And shout out to my babies, man. My oldest, or my bonus baby, she graduated college and high school. She got a dual thing where she was going to school and high school, so she got a associates and also a high school diploma at the same time. So we partying it up next week for that. My oldest got like a 4.8 GPA. She just got her art got selected to be in this courthouse up in South Carolina. So salute to my babies, man. If I did anything in life, I created some smart children. So you know what I'm saying? I'm grateful for that. And I'm just grateful to be alive, man, and be able to talk to y'all, brother.
Hey, big congratulations to you and yours, man. That's awesome. That's big. Black Steel, what's your shout outs for today, this week, this month?
Shout out to that brother that punched Chuck the building and shit.
Hold up. I got a question. Who the heck is Chud? What is a Chud? Who that?
You don't know who Chud the building?
No, I don't. What is this?
You gotta look him up online.
That's good.
Oh my God! All right.
This is white dude. He was going around Tennessee, Nashville, Clarksville, whatever, and he claimed himself to be a proponent of freedom of speech, but he was using it to call black people slurs, niggers, so they were chipping out or whatnot, and he was trying to provoke a reaction. And then the other day,
Wait. There was what? Chip?
He said if black people reacts, he says that we're chimping out like a chimpanzee.
Oh wow.
So what happened is that he was going around and he was kind of viral, and he was saying, you know, all type of racial slurs. And then the police warned him that, you know, we know where this is headed. So he got arrested the other day because he refused to pay his bill or something at a restaurant. He gets out of jail. He sees this black man. He starts accosting him, calling him an N-word and all type of other slurs. And the dude tells him, you know, I'm not with that. I got PTSD. Leave me alone. Chud reaches for his pistol. The dude hits him. He shoots the guy. He lives. You know, he survived. He shoots himself in the arm, and now he's being charged with attempted murder.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm glad you didn't know about that. You're purer than I am, I'm afraid.
Oh
but
my
yeah,
goodness.
he's been
I gotta
going
look this
viral
up.
using racial slurs against black people.
That's crazy. Wow.
I
That's
appreciate
random.
My shout out is to shout out to your brothers and sisters. I enjoy our conversations. You all are very intelligent black people. I wish I could take y'all with me and live around y'all, because I know y'all would keep the yard clean and y'all wouldn't play reggae music at 3 o'clock in the morning and and y'all would hang out in the corners just doing some goofy shit and plot to rob me as I come because y'all think it's payday. But shout out to all the intelligent black people, man, around the world. I really do love and care and consider you all brothers and sisters, you know, as I go and do whatever I need to do. And I think that I wish we could have more people like you all. You know, we need to have a groundswell of intelligent black people. But unfortunately, we are outnumbered. But we're gonna try to work in that as best as we can. To answer Koku's question, I do think that they have channels like this. They have some Bahamian guy on his platform. I forget, they call him foreign man from a foreign land, and then they have this Bahamian lady. She has a podcast where her engagement is different. She's in New York City. She's a lawyer, but their engagements are different. It's not like how we have this platform and panel. But like I say, I do appreciate the brothers and sisters who come on and have excellent points of views and challenge my views sometimes and bring a different kind of perspective. It's very refreshing, and I hope that these kind of people grow in the world as opposed to die out. And I congratulate D-Web. You know, he's another man, a father, who is able to educate his children in a way that she will be productive and effective in this life. So you have to repeat yourself. You have to repeat yourself. And him as a father was able to do that. And we have to develop more of these kinds of brothers and sisters around the world. And I'm sure Amma is going to do the same thing as well with her kids. So shout out to y'all brothers and sisters. Yeah, I'll leave it. And I'm sure that Kenyan Luau brother is working on his as well. So I'll just leave it there.
And y'all gonna make me shed gangster tears tonight, man. You guys are so awesome, man. As far as shout outs, number one, shout out to the chancellor, the new chancellor of University of Nebraska Medical Center. He's a Nigerian. He became the new chancellor back in March, but it was because of his decision making that we had taken those passengers from that boat that carried the hantavirus outbreak. So no matter what your feelings are on that, imagine an African diaspora made that decision. The chancellor of UNMC Nebraska, University of Nebraska Medical Center, where the national quarantine unit is. I don't know if it's the only one, but at least it's the one where literally those American passengers who had the hantavirus outbreak are here, treated here. That decision was made by an African. I always love highlighting individuals like that because it's not all the time that we get highlighted as being decision makers, but we did. And so my shout out goes to Dr. Dele Davies of Nigeria, and again, the chancellor of UNMC, University of Nebraska Medical Center. Then second, I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. If you ain't know, and we do a lot of things, and one of those things that we do really, really well is we connect you through the Empowerment Network. That's right, the largest and strongest Black empowerment network here in the Midwest. We partner with sister cities like Tulsa, Oklahoma, Houston, Texas, Kansas City, Missouri, Lansing and East Lansing, Michigan, and everything outside and in between. We just had the 19th annual Rebuilding the Village conference. It just happened. So the next one will be Rebuilding the Village Part 2 in October or September, I believe. But for all of this and more and how you can get involved, www.empoweromaha.com, the official website of the number one, again, strongest and most proud Black organization here in the Midwest. And with that being said, also my last shout out is to Koku, man. Brother Koku, I appreciate you and everything that you do for us here at Quaz Radio. With that being said, man, I thank you guys for being patient with us. We had two different streams. How does that work? Well, this only happens with you, the viewer. And for that, I say thank you and peace. Until next time. Let's go.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.